Hello, everyone, and welcome to a new Rifts adventure set in the Three Galaxies campaign setting. I'm Squee. I'm going to be your GM, and the rest of you, if you'd like to go around and introduce yourselves.
Okay. I'm Inferno Canuck, also known as the GM for a Rifts campaign that we play. And I'll be playing the professional smuggler Xavier Anderson. And that's me.
Next.
I am Burnerator, and I will be playing the gunslinger, Isaac Redfield.
All right. Piph.
My name is Piph. You may know me as Patrick.
You sound pretty quiet there, Piffy.
I am?
Mm-hmm.
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, shoot.
He's
How
just
about now?
shy.
Is it good? Too quiet still?
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. You're good.
You're good
Okay.
now.
So, my name is Piph. You might know me as Patrick, or Cole, or Hank, or this character, Lucas. You will get to know other people as well as me. So there's that.
All right, and last, David.
Yes, my name's Dave, and I will be playing the role of Talabak, a lizard man professional thief.
Awesome. So those of you who have followed any of our other pen and papers, you're familiar with most of us. Dave is new. He's going to be joining us, and we're very, very excited to have him. So this should be fun.
Spoiler alert, he's also excited to be here.
Just a quick disclaimer for everyone who's watching in case you're not familiar with this. First and foremost, we are recording these and putting them up because we love sharing our adventures with you guys, but it should be made clear that the way we look at this is our game comes first. We're basically sitting here playing the games with each other. We're not going to try a whole lot to focus, like we're not going to focus much on the chat or the videos themselves. We're here to immerse ourselves in the game world, and by doing so give you a better experience. But that doesn't mean we are not opposed to any comments or things that you'd like to leave us. We love reading them.
Yep. I always have the chat open just so I can look and see what people are saying, but we won't directly interact with you. We're here to play the game.
Right. Secondly, these have very heavily house ruled. We're very heavily house ruled. So for those of you who are like, that's not the right stats or that's not how this rule goes, it's great. The beauty of pen and paper games is that we can modify things to fit our own needs. So this will be, we'll have some custom rule sets here and there. Three Galaxies is set in the Palladium megaverse. It is uses the same Rift system. However, it is set in. We're not actually sure. In fact, even Three Galaxies isn't sure if it's a different dimension or the same one. There is rumors that Earth is hidden somewhere among the Corkscrew Galaxy, just no one knows where. But it is a more space opera-esque type setting. And we're going to try it out. We're going to have a lot of fun. So, let's get started, shall we?
Okay.
Sure.
All right. The space station named Frontier sits on the edge of the Corkscrew Galaxy, deep within the consortium of civilized worlds, one of the two largest civilizations in the Three Galaxies. It is not particularly impressive in any way. The small space station orbits a small moon on a blue gas giant known as Hydra. Its 20,000 inhabitants are a melting pot of workers, mechanics, traders, and drifters. Its defenses are formidable enough to protect itself, but not strong enough to be a threat to its distant neighbors. The blue giant Hydra orbits a small white dwarf out of the way of major trade lanes, but close enough to use them regularly. In all honesty, there is nothing remarkable about the Frontier space station, and that's just the way Paw likes it. The Wolfen, known as Paw, runs the station like a well-oiled machine. He owns a piece of all the action that takes place on Frontier. The space station may officially be in CCW Outpost, the Consortium of Civilized Worlds, but it is Paw's guards who could patrol the halls and keep order. It is Paw's mechanics that repair ships and Paw's ale that flows in the bars. For all intents and purposes, Frontier is Paw's, and Paw is synonymous with Frontier. You've all been drawn here for one reason or another, drawn by the promise of work, a thing all too hard to come by nowadays. At some point, and Inferno, this is for you. At some point in the recent past, somewhere in the galaxy, you were down on your luck when you were approached by someone. This person was oh, okay, never mind. I'm sorry. They bought you a drink
Yeah,
and
that's a
sat
good
down
way
at the
to
bar
start. Yeah.
and talked about the troubled times. The transgalactic empire is gearing up for some sort of war. Some even say it's with the CCW. Traders are mysteriously disappearing in the great black of space. And to top it all off, work is hard to come by for honest or not so honest folk.
Yep.
And at this point, we're going to slip into a bit of roleplay.
Sure.
Do you want to set the scene?
Sure. As mentioned in your introduction there, it sounds like Pa owns a few of the drinking establishments here on the Frontier space station, correct?
Yes.
I'd definitely probably be in one of them. Probably close to the most rundown. Individuals of my trade don't tend to be super frou-frou. My character, his name is Xavier Anderson. He has black hair, a beard, a small kind of chin strap beard. He's always biting on something. In this particular case, he's chewing on an old toothpick, old gnarled toothpick, as he looks around the little bar itself. He's of average height and of pretty average build, a little bit on the thinner side, if anything. And he looks across to. I'm assuming this is we're role playing the conversation now.
Correct.
Cool. So who am I talking with?
Deodrin with a D.
Dio.
He always pronounces it like, or introduces himself like that. I'm Deodrin with a D.
Fair enough. Well, Deodrin, I have to say you found me in between work. I'm a pretty decent pilot with a very, very specific skill set, I guess you could say. I wouldn't be able to do this alone, but what exactly are we talking about here?
Well, and Deodrin does smell a little bit of alcohol. You've been drinking for at least an hour or so, just chatting, small talk. He goes, well, Pa is always on the lookout for talented individuals. And while you're still relatively unknown, your reputation has grown enough to get noticed by the diligence.
I was hoping.
I think there might be work for you,
All right.
but not for you alone.
Hmm.
Pa is always on the lookout for freelancer groups,
Okay.
and he's willing, if they are worthy, to give them startup capital to, well, be freelancers. I won't go too much in the details. I'd leave that to him if that's something you're interested in. But the basic concept is if you can find yourself a group and you're looking for work, Pa might have work for you. It's not going to be a get-rich-quick scheme, but it's work, and it's a real offer, and those are hard to come by these days.
They sure are, which is why I'm grateful. I've heard of people doing this before. You're looking for people to invest in, pretty much, right?
Yes.
Well,
People that we can have loose associations with.
all my associations are loose. Half the people I know don't really know me, if you get my drift. So, you've definitely started on the right track. And during this, when he hears the word like investment and like it's not a cakewalk or anything, just a glance inside his mind. You know that song, the "We're in the money" and the dollar signs are like flying across the screen. That's pretty much what's going on in his head right now. He goes, "Well, tell you what. How about I find a few more people of similar bent. I get together a crew. We come and meet your employer, who I reckon starts with a P and ends in an shit. He owns this place, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. He gives us a look over, and if he sees a good investment opportunity, we take the next step.
I think that's a good idea. Keep in mind, choose your partners carefully. Pa thinks that you're worth investing in, and whoever you choose to work with you will reflect upon you.
Gotcha. Well, I already have a good place where to start, so we'll go from there.
Shall we say you meet me back here in a week, and then if you have your group, I'll introduce you to Pa?
Tell you what, you buy me one more drink for the road, and I'll see you in a week.
Fair enough. And he buys you another drink.
Excellent. I do love that Floorman Ale.
Before you continue, just so you know, your character, I assume, would do his homework if he hasn't already.
Oh,
And
you would.
you would learn or have learned that this Pa is well respected among honest and dubious businessmen alike. He is known for being a shrewd salesman, but never crossed into the line of swindling others. You also learn that he is not too kind to people who betray him.
Well, there's one interesting thing about that in regards to background, and I can assume that Xavier was vetted at least a little bit. His contact did allude that he heard about my reputation. I can't speak, of course, for the other players, but Xavier is very interesting as far as his reputation goes. Whereas if he takes a contract, if he shakes someone's hand, he will do it. Like, that's it. That's the reputation he tries to harbor, which is very rare because there's a lot of times smugglers will just steal the cargo, right? Or work for both sides. But he is kind of, I guess you could say, a thief of his word, for lack of a better word. Now, if you don't have a contract with him, he still might screw you over. But
Makes sense.
Okay.
I do have a question for you.
Yeah.
As a smuggler, obviously you're in a bit of a catch-22. You need to get your name out there somehow, but you need to not get your name out too far, if you know what I mean.
Exactly. Detection is the worst thing a smuggler can have, which is why I already have an idea as to who my character would be looking out for first.
My curious question is, how does Xander get his name out there? I.e., is there an alias that under the underworld or people of shady intent might know him by? Whether, even if his reputation is... Because your reputation's budding. Like, how would people know of you? Would they know of you by your name, by an alias, or by some other means?
Right now, Xavier entertains a bit of an idea of a code name or a handle, but he doesn't have one just yet. So normally he's just going by Anderson the Smuggler, or not clearly the Smuggler. Smugglers never entertain the fact that they're smugglers, but I guess you could say his actual name just gets a little bit. I honestly, I just never really came up with a code name or anything like that, and I don't want to just make one up off the top of my head because it's something that should be personal and reflects his background. So for right now, we'll say that but he's not stupid. He'll have a secondary name. He'll have an alias that he goes by.
Okay.
And,
what we can do for now is just say that he has one, and then whenever you think of one, be that a week or a day or whatnot, just let me know.
Sure.
For now, we can just say, if you need, for whatever reason, I use my alias.
The alias is easy enough. It could be Philip Buckley.
All right.
Phil Buckley. So that's his smuggler name.
Got it. So Phil Buckley. All right. So you have a week, sir.
Okay. Just give me 2 seconds as I write down my own alias's name so I don't forget. All right.
That would be embarrassing.
That would be embarrassing. So my first get-go is that I know that Pa is with legitimate and non-legitimate stuff. Anyone can do legitimate stuff. I could do it by myself, right? Unloading, piloting, everything like that. But the best friend a smuggler might have is someone who knows his way around some more shadier types of things. And so I would be looking for a thief off the get-go, a partnership in the more, we'll say, morally gray areas, right? So I wouldn't mind, of course, in these bars and whatnot, I wouldn't mind trying to maybe do a streetwise check. What I would initially do is spend some credits, and I'm not too sure exactly how the Frontier station necessarily works as far as, well, I just realized that maybe I don't have to do all the legwork, all right? This guy already mentioned that Pa always keeps his eyes open, right? So maybe he already knows of a couple people, or I can sit back and observe and see who else that, his employees engage with and talk to, and see if, I can't garner some information that way.
Okay, sure. Well, here would be an interesting question. So you are... would you say that would you have been approached in probably the biggest or most visible bar?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
The biggest presides some anonymity.
In Frontier, there is a bar called the Explorer. It's the biggest bar in the station.
Okay.
And anyone comes to this bar.
Oh, okay.
It's also a place you can go to find jobs and crews to hire, and even a few smuggling contracts, if you know what you mean. If you know what I mean. So it's certainly the social hub of the station Frontier.
Perfect. Then you know what? I'm going to do the best way to find a good thief, and I'm going to lure him. I'm going to be bait. I am going to act like a drunken fool, in a way. All right? I'm going to spend some credits, right? And I'm going to act like I just came in and I just won it big. Would there be like a lottery or something run on this space station?
There is gambling, very minor. It's very well monitored, and there's never too large of sums. But yes, there's some.
Well, that's good because I don't win that much.
There's some slot machines, and there is a strange version of, say, blackjack.
Gotcha. All right. Well, we'll go with the strange version of blackjack. All right. So I'll head up to the table and be like, oh. You, and you. And I'll point to 4 random strangers. You just won yourselves a free drink because I just won myself 7 hands of blackjack off the get-go. So drink up and keep them coming there, barkeep, he says.
You start to hear cheers from the 7 minutes. They congratulate you, obviously out of brotherly neighborhoodness, and
of course.
You even start to get the attention of the 8 or so people that just happen to be the next closest that didn't get free drinks.
That's too bad. I take my cred chip and I wheel it throughout my fingers and I give it a ceremonial little kiss and say, "Don't leave me, baby. Don't leave me for anyone else," as I'll stick the cred chip in the inside pocket of my jacket, my long jacket, and I'll continue such revelry. Of course, at this point, I'm not actually drunk. I'm just trying to pretend.
All right. Are there any other characters here who might be seeing this and interested in it?
I can name one.
Oh, can you? What a coincidence. By all means.
Okay. If I notice him getting very boisterous and very loud, I see that cred chip and I eye it like a hawk, and I'm just going to watch him, and I'm going to observe his patterns, observe his behavior, and try to wait for a vulnerable moment. There's too many people right here, so I'm just gonna keep an eye on him very closely.
Okay. I think it's fair to say after a few drinks, some glad handing or whatnot, I would excuse myself to use the little men's room.
Okay, I'm going to slowly follow, and when you go in, I'm
Uh-huh.
going to be waiting on the outside.
Okay.
Before anything too much happens, do either you, Burn, or Piff, are you guys by chance here? Are you doing something? Are you in the vicinity on this night or not?
Oh,
Oh yeah, my character would be in a corner reading a book,
All right.
watching this unfurl.
oh, yeah. Lucas is definitely uh, he is quickly setting up a table at the moment.
It would also be fair to say that there are the Explorer does often hire minstrels and shows to entertain the guests. So if that's something your character would be interested in, that would be open to you as well. You wouldn't get rich doing it, but you could make let's face it, it's not great pay, but it's enough to survive on.
Hmm. Um, he's going to set up a table.
Okay.
What he's going to do is he's actually going to like basically place a table away from all the other ones, set it up like a poker table, and actually set out a deck of cards.
Okay.
All right. I do whatever a person does in the washroom, and I exit.
All right, I will make my approach, and I will accidentally bump into you.
Ah, yes. Oh, jeez, watch where you're going. God,
Ah,
we got
I'm
a big
sorry.
bar here. Oh yeah, I'm sure.
I do apologize, and I start wiping you off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'm just like looking around. I'm like, I'm sorry. This place is kind of crowded and stuff like that. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Well, you have a good night.
Yeah. No problem. Hey, my character would say, keep eyeing your face carefully as he goes back off to the bar. And after a few moments later, I'll feel around and see if that cred chip is still there.
Yeah, surprisingly, even though you were fully expecting this and you knew exactly what was going on, you didn't feel it disappear.
Yeah.
By the
So,
way, when you're going back to the bar, you're going to see a very colorful gentleman at a very colorful table start waving you over.
oh my god. Right now, I'm more interested in my cred chip right now, so I'll give you like a little impatient wave, as in, not now. Well, actually, hold up a second. It would be
He's going to give you a large,
Uh-huh.
friendly smile. And
Okay.
I'm going to roll
Uh-huh.
trust.
Trust and yeah, well, you know what? I have an even friendlier smile, so we'll just see. We'll do a goddamn trust off.
Who's the friendliest?
Oh wait, he's leaving. The dude's leaving with my cred chip. I'll show you. I'll show you. Oh shit! I go over. I decide, you know what? I know what this guy looks like. I guess I'm in no rush, and it would be pretty suspicious if I chase him down. There's only 300 credits on that chip anyway. So,
And,
yeah.
and it's also fair to say that there would not be many of his race on the station. So,
Okay, good.
For those players who aren't who don't know, just so you know, in Three Galaxies there are thousands of different species, but predominantly our humans and wolfen are actually far more common than any other species. So, yeah, it's fair to say that there would not be many lizard people on this station.
So I'll go over to this extremely colorful man in his extremely colorful table. Look at the
It is a
cards
nice
light out.
bright red, and his clothes are in almost neon color in different patches.
You know, I could hear your clothes from a mile away.
Oh, isn't it wonderful? Anyway, would you like to
Okay.
play some cards? I heard you were lucky tonight.
I was very lucky.
Would you like to get
Sure. What,
more
what, we're,
lucky?
what we're gonna play?
Oh, what were you playing earlier?
Blackjack.
Yeah, we can do blackjack.
Nah, I'm sick of blackjack. Let's play something else.
Poker?
Okay.
And he starts shuffling his cards.
The And while you're shuffling, my character is gonna ask. So we placing a wager on this, or is this just for fun?
Oh, wager, of course. I mean, you know what? What do you want?
Well, I was just robbed, so how about we make it just a friendly wager? All right. How about I don't know, 50 credits.
I thought you were robbed.
Yeah, well, they didn't get everything.
Huh. Well, that's good.
Yep.
Perks up
guy
a bit
would
and starts
agree.
shuffling a bit more.
What can I say? You gotta you can't really steal for some. You can't completely rob a person who's careful, right?
And he'll deal out the cards,
Mm-hmm.
and he's going to eye his cards and go, yes.
Okay.
He seems to be like very boisterous and about his hand, being very clear about his ideas about his hand.
And my
Oh,
character Xavier will say, you know, let me give you a free bit of advice. Typically, you don't want to show with your eyes and your face how good or how bad your hand is. That's what we call a tell. And your tell is about as loud as your clothes.
He starts like opening up his like eyes and mouth wide. Oh, and he moves the cards in front of his face.
Oh yeah, that's so much better. Okay, let's lay him down. Should we just roll off and see who wins, or are you gonna do something janky, you bastard?
I already did something janky.
Hey, what? All right, here you go. Pair of jacks. It's not too bad.
Oh, you actually have a pretty good hand.
Oh, thank you. So, like, three of a kind good?
You have a full house good.
Oh, shit. Great. Well, looks like you're going to be robbed next, because look at this. Full house. 3 jacks, 2 8s.
He's gonna bite his lip. Good thing 4 of a kind works. And he's gonna put down his hand. He has
see.
4 twos.
Well, that still beats. All right. And I'll grudgingly give you the 50 credits and say, all right, well, thanks for the game.
Oh, you look down.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a sec. He's gonna blow up a balloon. A fairly lengthy balloon.
Okay. I look around kind of nervously of a grown man making me a balloon.
And he's going to make you a fairly detailed for what a balloon can actually make little ship. And he hands it over to you.
Oh. I try not to look impressed, failing somewhat, and go, oh, well, thanks, I guess. I kind of like let it float in the air a little bit as I catch it. Well, yeah, good luck with your show.
I could do a show. That's a great idea. And he's gonna like grab up his stuff and gonna go over to the barkeep.
Okay. So, I can hold off if Piph wants to play a little bit more with his show. But my next plan is to track down in the next day or so, do a streetwise check, perhaps, use my streetwise skill, nail down the few lizardmen that are on Frontier, And then what I want to do is just slightly disguise myself before our next meeting. Nothing too complicated, since he only saw me very quickly. I'm thinking if I shave my beard and I style my hair a little bit differently, he might not recognize me until I get within talking distance, which is what I want to do.
Okay.
So would it be sufficient for me? Oh, but I'll hold off on doing that. That's my next steps, but I don't want to monopolize if Piph wants to do something else with his show.
Okay, yeah, well, we'll say since that would take a day at least or so to kind of do, we'll go ahead and finish the events of this night in particular.
Okay.
Bern, is your character doing anything beyond just watching yet or observing?
As soon as he sees Xavier kind of back off from Piff's character, he's going to whistle from the corner and then point to where the lizard man exited.
Xavier will kind of give a grateful little salute, and actually I'll head off that direction. Maybe you'll save me from having to shave my beard. I'll remember that. I'll come back to you. Anyways. So yeah, actually I'm going to head off in the direction that was pointed.
Okay.
Try to track this guy down. If I obviously lose sight, then instead I'll use my streetwise skill to be ask some random passerbys, just be like, "Hey, did you see a lizard guy about yay hall walking down this direction?" That type of thing.
Yeah, let's go ahead and just do that first then, since that's going to be taking place immediately.
Okay, so streetwise then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so my streetwise is 36 right now. So let's see. I fail by 26. No, 23.
All right. Well, here's the thing. Basically, you still get the information you need, but it takes a bit longer than you thought.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes long enough, and you have to ask enough people that Talavac, you actually are kind of not warned so much, but it's easy to tell that there's someone asking around for you. You don't know who. But and of course, we're still only talking about a course of 15 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm.
But you hear that someone's asking around for a lizard man.
Okay.
But Inferno, you do get kind of information of the general direction he's been headed.
And the important thing, I guess, to say is that, there's people who are angry, being like, where was that guy? My guy is actually very casual, very friendly in regards to that. He's not demanding to know where this guy is. It's more of a jovial, friendly, like, oh, hey, I think a guy passed by here, like I'm looking for an old friend in a way.
Okay.
If that colors that in any way.
It would certainly color the type of message that Talavac got. Yes.
Gotcha.
All right. So Talavac, you know that there is someone looking for you and probably headed towards you or tracking you down as we speak. Is there something you'd like to?
Yes. I would like to find another bar, perhaps, or another meeting place where there's a lot of people, and just kind of hide out.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are other smaller establishments. Nothing quite as grandiose, if you can call the Explorer grandiose, but there are certainly other establishments that you could duck into.
Yeah, I want to do that. If someone's there, especially if I hear that someone's after me, then I'm going to keep as low profile as I can while attempting to move on and get further away.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I have an idea. Is it fair to assume that eventually I come to the bar, but after that, the trail is practically cold? Would that be a fair assumption?
Right. I was gonna say right on the dot is what I was thinking is that you get to the bar, but you don't know where or who in the bar, and it is fairly crowded.
Well, you know what? There's one way to communicate to this guy. I'm gonna pull out my spare cred chip and say, the tables were good to me 7 pairs in a row. You, and you. Free drinks. As I once again try to gain attention by being friendly and generous.
Okay. You get the fairly similar response from the men you offer drinks to. You find that in
course.
your life, this generally elicits the exact same response every time you do it.
Who'd have thought?
Yeah.
People like free booze. And then, after a few minutes, I'm going to excuse same thing, exact same thing. Going to take out my cred chip, kiss it, put it in the same pocket, and excuse myself to use the washroom.
Okay. So I see all this, I take it.
Yes.
Oh, I
Okay.
want you to see it, yes.
Okay. I never go after the same target in the same night, so I'm going to leave.
Ah, okay. I get robbed by someone else now. I hope you're happy.
It's a thing I have. I've already evaded once, and I don't want to tempt fate to get caught. So
All right, I will. Well, I will point out that, of course, you do recognize him, and that he is doing the exact same thing over again. So,
all right. Well, on that note, I kind of stop, turn around. What's going on around here? Just like I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, what's going on? So this time, I'm not going to rob him, but this time, I'm going to approach him differently this time. I'm going to go into the stall.
Oh, God,
wow.
no.
Prepared to get
Okay,
blood.
a little
You mean
personal
into
there.
the washroom, not the stall that I'm in, I hope. Be like,
And
I was hoping we'd meet
You're
again,
not using
but
the
not like
whole
this.
urinal, are you?
And I'm going to get him in a chokehold, slam him
Whoa.
against the wall, and ask
Whoa.
him, what the hell are you doing?
Okay, you're gonna have to roll the strike.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm going to want to dodge that.
Let me just check my bonuses really quickly here. And I have plus. Okay. Okay, I got you. Getting back to it. I'm going to roll. No, 15.
Okay. I'm not gonna have him roll a prowl check or anything, because really there's only one entrance into the washroom. There's no way you're gonna get in there without Inferno's character knowing, because he's expecting something. So you roll. That's definitely a hit, Inferno. What would you like to do? Parry, dodge, or?
So what I like to do is, like, at this point, I like to think like I'm washing my hands because I'm not actually using the washroom. Is it fair to say that the current washroom is empty, with the exception of the two of us, right?
Yes, except
All
for
right.
you two and a foul smell.
All right. Well, I start to say something like, well, and then this lizard guy's coming at me. I'm going to try and dodge, failing as he grabs me in a hold and presses me up against the wall, saying, what did you say?
I say, you're doing the same thing I saw you last time. What are you doing?
The old running into you trick is pretty old, and at first I didn't think I had the right guy. It was kind of amateur as an approach, but then I realized I didn't even feel. I was expecting it, and I didn't even feel your little lizard finger slide inside my pocket. I have to say, maybe I did find the right guy. Listen, I'd like to continue this conversation, but without, my neck being against your arms.
So you didn't feel anything, right?
Not a thing, which is why I want to talk. I have something for you that is a lot more profitable than the 300 credits that were on that chip.
Okay, I kind of look away for a second, kind of like contemplate to myself in the mirror. Okay, I let go.
Thank you. I'm glad you could see reason. I kind of didn't want to die in the bathroom of the Frontier station. Oh, God. That'd be a horrible way to go.
Yeah, I didn't want to kill you in here either. So.
I would have rather you not want to kill me, period, but so be it. So, how about we grab an actual drink and have ourselves a bit of a chat, shall we?
Oh, here. I give you back your cred chip.
No. All right, I put it back in my pocket.
300 credits? Nah, not a big score.
Oh, yes, we're going to have a lot to talk about. And with the return of my cred chip, I'll buy him a drink, not a problem. And once we get ourselves settled, let's say you said I wasn't big enough of a target. Want to elaborate on that for me?
No, well, let me get this straight.
Yeah.
You seem like it because you were boasting about how much money you made.
Yep.
I had to find out.
Of course.
And then when I saw it was 300 credits, I was like, well, I'm not exactly going to have to retire for the night, but it's 300 credits.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I heard some things on the street. Said someone was after me. I
Yeah.
figured it was you.
Mm-hmm.
Ducked into this place, and I saw you do the same thing again.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking to myself, what are you doing? And I'm still asking myself that. What were you doing?
I was trying to find a decent thief. That's what I was trying to do. You see, you mentioned about a big score, things seeming that big. You know, me boisterous, throwing out some money. Well, earlier today, someone else did the same thing to me, in a way, except he wasn't buying drinks. He was talking to me, saying that he wanted to invest in some select individuals. Pa, the guy who runs this station himself, is looking for people to run a ship for him, to run product, to do some work for the guy, right? They're looking for entrepreneurs. And see, in my line of business, people like you are very, very, very valuable. So I wanted to find a good thief, and I think I found one. Now, I don't know if this is a big score just yet, but I want you to consider coming along with me, and we'll find out together.
You sure throw a big package in front of my face.
I sure do. Phrasing. Yeah, I do.
Let me say this much.
Mhm.
How do I word this? What kind of money could we be talking about here?
Well, we do things right. If we manage to score ourselves a nice little ship from this, which is what I think he's implying, because Pa's already got enough people working on this station for him. He's probably looking for people outside the station, out there in the big vacuum wonder. So I'm thinking we're going to get ourselves a ship. And if we get ourselves a ship, oh my goodness. Do you know what Palladium is, the metal?
I've heard about it.
Yeah, you know it's pretty valuable, right?
Very.
You also know that it's regulated sometimes. Certain areas are allowed to mine it and only sold to certain people, and that makes other people really, really nervous.
Mm-hmm.
And they get greedy and they want it too. And then they pay people like us to get it for them and to smuggle it past those guards. If we just found ourselves just 7 of those bricks, you and I could probably retire for a few years. And that's just the start.
Okay. I'm liking the sound of this more and more.
I know.
Well, this goes against my better judgment, but no pain, no gain, and what's the other term? Oh, I forgot. Has something to do with chance taking and scoring it rich with risks involved.
Gotcha.
Okay. Well, what is your name, sir?
My name is Philip Buckley.
Philip Buckley?
Yeah.
I'm Talavac.
Nice to meet you, Talavac. Now, how about I'll meet you over at the Explorer in about a week or so, and we'll meet this guy who might give us our ticket to the big time.
Very well.
Okay. Glad to see that I picked a reasonable thief, and one that's relatively honest. I have to say, I'm pretty impressed that you gave me back my cred chip, even though it was just paltry.
Well, you'd know I have it, so there's no sense keeping it and just insulting you.
Good point. Smart too.
Alright.
That's good. Now, one last question.
Mm-hmm.
You put me in one heck of a chokehold, right? But how good are you in a fight?
I'm a thief. I have to defend myself when the time comes.
Yeah. But you wouldn't call yourself a professional soldier type, would you?
No. I would say an acquirer first and a soldier second.
Yeah. Well, tell you what, I ain't a soldier either. And if we're going to do business like we think we're going to do business, we're going to need ourselves some muscle. So don't be surprised if you see another face or two at the table.
I understand.
Okay, good luck. And with that, with that, I'm going to be looking for some muscle. Spoiler alert, it's going to be Burns' character, but I got to figure out how we find him.
I was going to say, may I suggest a good gym?
I could, Jim, you asshole. But do you want to finish up? Piff's been very, very polite.
Yeah.
as far as this.
So, Piph, you go over to the bartender and...
My good man. And he's still gonna be standing in his very nice multicolored patterned clothing. He's gonna go, I see that there's a bit of entertainment, or at least room for it. Would you be needing of any help?
He looks you up and down and says...
My character does a little spin.
He says, what do you have in mind?
Oh, Well, do you think music, maybe like a physical show? He's gonna like kind of bounce around back and forth.
The bartender looks around at the bar, which is actually there are people in there, and it's still probably one of the most crowded bars, but it's not happening, for lack of a better term. And he says, "Oh, hang on one second. Is someone erasing something, or I hear like squeaking?"
Somebody might have a nervous leg.
Oh.
That's me. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, not a problem. Just wanted to make sure that there wasn't a technical malfunction somewhere.
I can't
All
believe you hear that. Okay.
All right. He says, I'll tell you what. It's kind of slow tonight. He'll point to what could be called a stage at the center of the Explorer. And he'll say, consider this open mic night. Go up there and be, he kind of points to you, whatever you are. And if you perform well, we'll talk.
Like a review, you're testing me. I got it though.
He's already turned around. He's pouring a drink. Yeah, that's it.
Gonna make you proud. Wait, before he's running to the stage and then stops and runs back. When should I do this?
He sighs. Now's fine.
Jumps up on stage, spins around whatever kind of pole there might be, either the mic or whatever. Hello, everyone. I've been graciously allowed up on this stage. I want to thank my mom and my papa. I miss you, Papa. It's gonna get a little tear.
You're getting some curious glances. Like people are wondering if they've already missed something.
He's always said, do what you do best. And I do this best. And he's going to lug out a fairly large, what he's been dragging around, case. Large guitar case.
Oh my god.
He's going to thump it down. He's going to unlock it. He's going to open up and it's going to pour out flutes.
What? Like the musical instrument?
Yes.
Just a bunch of flutes? Jesus Christ.
In a guitar case. I don't see the
Of
problem here.
course. Of course it's in a guitar case. Jesus. Alright,
Oh
keep
shit.
going.
He's just going to like clamber it up. Lots of loud echoing pings of flutes against each other.
With that, actually, the bar grows almost silent as everyone turns to hear what the enormous clatter is.
Puts it all back in kind of a mess and then shuts the guitar case, obviously bulging. He's like, this one's my favorite. My papa gave it to me. He's gonna hold it up. He's kneeling down, like, to play or not to play. I'll do it though. Okay.
The room is silent as everyone tries to figure out what the hell is going on.
I put my book down.
And he's going to like straighten up, very stout, almost like a statue. And he's gonna raise up the flute to his face. And he plays. I succeed.
Okay. By quite a bit, right?
I succeed by 8.
Okay. Well, so you succeed. Okay. You start playing a what kind of tune are you playing?
It's going to actually be kind of a slow, nice, light tune.
Okay. People watch you for a bit, and you hit all the keys right. You're playing a fairly complex but nice and easy, relaxed song. Something that you might hear at like a lounge type thing. And people kind of sink into it. It's not something that they get into. It's not a very fast or heavy beat, but people kind of go back to their conversations. But while there is a buzz, again, it's acquired a buzz because there's a lot more people now that are just kind of listening.
And after the first song, he goes, "Thank you for listening to that. That was my warm-up." And then he's going to go into beatboxing with the freaking
Jesus Christ.
and it is marvelous.
It is marvelous. I guess you rolled a 5.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Oh gosh, that reminds me. By the way, everyone, I'm going to try out a new rule. It's something I saw somewhere else, and I want to try it here. From now on, and from this point forward, anytime you roll a D100 for a skill check, if you get a 1, you succeed so incredibly well that it becomes legendary. As in, years from now, people speak of whatever it was you did.
Okay.
And
Oh.
if you roll 100, it's kind of the reverse, but still good. If you roll 100, which is the absolute worst you could roll on the dice, you still kind of succeed at whatever you were trying to do, but you do it by failing so spectacularly that it somehow rolls back around in your favor.
It's like my life goal
All right.
where I want to die in a stupid way and people will be like, oh, he pulled a total Brusso. he died screaming from a cliff doing cartwheels. Yep.
Now, while Piph, while your character Lucas did not beatbox to a point where it becomes legendary, it most certainly has captured the entire attention of the entire bar as people just watch in awe as this human makes noises that humans should not be able to make.
Squee,
Mm-hmm.
I would like to make a skill check.
Okay, for
Lore, demons, and monsters.
okay for to determine if he is
to
one.
figure out if he's a demon or monster.
Okay.
A demon beatboxer, you never know.
All
You're
right.
fairly certain that it's just a kitty shish. You're fairly certain that while what he's doing is incredibly impressive, you have heard of humans that can train their vocal cords to make more than one noise at once. And while what he's doing is incredible, it's not something that you're fairly confident it's not beyond the realm of human ability.
Okay, but this is still very strange to me. This
Yes.
is weird. All right.
Okay.
After you finish beatboxing, the entire bar starts, they don't clap, but they start slamming their mugs against the table in appreciation.
You really love me.
You hear calls out there, I don't know what you did, but we loved it. And you've also noticed that since you started beatboxing, the bar has actually started filling in. There is a crowd of people that see the Explorer opens up into kind of a marketplace on the station. So people that were outside, maybe in the marketplace but close to the entrance, heard these noises and have come in to investigate. So now there's this kind of bulge of people around the front of the bar just that were just watching. And you hear cries for more, more, and
Even-
one cat voice from.
Meow, which translates to more.
More.
Your.
Oh. Oh. Well. You've been so kind to me. I don't think I could say no.
Then you hear from the audience. Then don't.
Well, okay then, mister. And he's going to try to play a fairly janty tune on his pipe.
You've already done a lot of skill checks. If you want, we can just say that you continue the show. You've already succeeded 2 skill checks. I'm not going to make you succeed another one. So we can say that you can continue the show and you keep the interest. And actually, several of the people who came in to see what was going on stay. And you actually start getting appreciative glances from the bartender as the show goes on.
Fantastic. As a note for this, if everybody's okay with ending that particular scene, unless anybody else, any other character wants to do anything before I end.
At this point, I'm talking with Talavac, so I'm good.
I will still look confused and slowly pick my book back up and go back to reading.
All right. As my leaving gesture, he's going to pack up very actually almost immediately skillfully actually pick back up all the flutes and follow them back into their place, pack them away nicely, bow, and going to do a few tumbles and flips off the stage. Let's see if he fucks this up.
Yeah, that one you're going to have to roll for.
Yeah.
He
Oh, wow.
does it marvelously.
Yeah, he does.
Even the freaking like German judge is actually
No Turin judge.
with your neon clothing, you look almost like a spinning, colorful top as you do it, and you get more mugs slammed across tables with appreciation. And you hear things like, "I don't know where that guy's from. He's crazy, but he's fun to watch." The bartender will motion you over.
he's almost gliding with even these heavy he has actually quite a few packs on him. He has 2 small ones, a large one, a suitcase, and a backpack as well, all attached to him. And he seems to gracefully actually like skip over to the place, not really jostling too much.
The bartender, giving you, he's much more friendly now for some reason. Says, "Well, you certainly passed the test. Tell you what, here's 300 credits. You certainly earned it. And if you come back tomorrow night, might be more for you."
Okay, what could I buy with 300 credits?
He looks at you. More ale?
How much is ale?
He sighs. It's 5 credits per mug. Unless you want the good stuff.
There's good stuff. Give me the good stuff, yes.
All right, he looks at you. 12 credits per mug.
All right, I'll get 1 good stuff for me, and then I'll do like 5. Just gonna do a small bit of normal ass math. Yes, I want 20 other people to get the normal stuff.
He nods and starts filling your order. And of course, the people around you start believe it or not, you get much the similar reaction that Inferno got. It's crazy, but people seem to respond well to free booze.
Who's I thought?
Yeah.
Have it.
And
Wondrous night.
and the 20 people actually does extend to your booth, Isaac. Do you want to accept the free booze?
Sure. Why not?
All right.
Come one, come all. Well, I mean, just the 20 drink, but everyone else can do that too. They just won't get free drinks though.
All right. Should we end this night's festivities? Is there anything anyone wants to do tonight?
I'm good. I'm good ending tonight's festivities.
Yeah, I'm gooding.
Okay.
Tonight.
Then let's go ahead and skip to well, Burn and Inferno. Why don't you guys work together on this and try and
Okay.
determine maybe what would be an appropriate next scene?
Good. That's a great idea. Bern, I have a few ideas. Want me to throw them out towards you, or do you have something specific in mind?
Slap them to me.
Slap it to me. All right. The first is pretty basic, which is, there's probably about 1 million tough guys looking for work, so he could always just be looking at a list or try to get access to some sort of list of people looking for work, and then you happen to be the first one. But the idea that I'm kind of leaning towards is I'm assuming in the Frontier Station there isn't a whole lot of work. And so there's probably a lot of bored individuals, and bored people do things to pass the time. And I was thinking like some sort of skill competition that my guy could casually observe, and then the results from that might, be like, oh, this guy can really handle himself. So,
Yeah, I like that idea, and I know
Okay.
exactly the competition.
Ooh, what?
Trick shooting.
Oh, that's perfect. Okay, do you want to set
Yup.
up a trick shooting thing, Squee?
Uh-huh.
Sweet.
Welcome to Emergent Narrative, motherfucker.
Okay. Well, and we can certainly phrase it like this. Just like you said, work is hard to come by on the station. And, well, it's hard to come by everywhere in the sector. And people try to make money any way they can, like Inferno's character. Piff's character did. Burn, Isaac, would it be safe to say that he might use his skills to try and make his way through the universe?
Yeah.
All right. We could say that it would be not opposed to, basically, if you wanted to try and set up a skill challenge because it'll make you some money or something like that, you would have no shortage of takers, because there's lots of people who are ex-mercenaries or ex-military or just the combat type people that think that they are the best shots in the universe, and probably drunk enough to actually buy into their own smell, that would be willing to take you on in a trick shot. However, such things would have to be done at shooting ranges, as while SDC weapons are allowed on the station, you're not allowed to just go firing them off any way you please.
Yeah. So, shooting range.
Indeed, there are several on the station. They are very much what you would think from a shooting range in today's world. You stand at a certain spot and you fire down a lane.
And on the other side of the lane, there's a cat, and your job is to not shoot the cat.
Yeah, I don't
Meow.
know how to make him stop.
I know, I'm just giving you a hard time. Actually, I'm giving Logan a hard time. Sorry, I'll shut the fuck up.
No, it's fine.
So, do we want to set this up, Squee?
No, I thought we just did. Sure. You take the reins. You set up the skill challenge. So what happens is really in your purview.
All right, I just round up 3 people. Some of them can be drunk, some of them can't be. And I boast that I am the best shot on this station. If you prove me wrong, I will give you 500 credits.
Okay, you'll certainly find 3 people that will take you up on the offer. One of them is slobbering drunk. The other 2 are a little tipsy, but you can tell they do know how to handle themselves. and they'll take you up on your offer. And they'll say, how much is the bet?
500 credits.
All right, then. He pops down 1,000 and says, 500 credits, and if I win, I get that pistol. And he points to the pistol on your left hip.
This one. The silver one.
He nods. It's a pretty pistol you got there.
All right. I'll take you up on that offer.
All right.
He will take off the pistol and put it on the table.
And he says, all right, you go first.
So the name of this game, there are 6 targets. One who can take it down the fastest wins. All right?
All right. Go ahead, hot stuff. Let's see what you got.
All right. I will take out my 2 automatic pistols.
Mm-hmm.
And I will proceed to shoot them.
He holds up a hand. Whoa, cowboy.
Mm-hmm.
Semi-automatic only. No automatics. Don't try and cheat me.
And sorry.
The term automatic pistol is just it takes one pull of the trigger to fire 1 bullet.
That's called a semi-automatic pistol.
According to the Rift's rules, they're quote-unquote automatic pistols, but yes, they're all semi-automatic pistols.
Then for my sanity, because I did not know that.
Yeah.
As long as I understand the semi-automatic, that's fine. I thought you pulled out like Uzis.
No.
Although
they're Colt 1911s.
Okay, got it.
Although someone's gonna have to time this, right?
Yeah.
To see who's faster. Well, you happen to have a volunteer, dark-haired man who's chomping on the butt of an old cigar who says, I'll time it for you.
Deal.
I'll click this the second I hear the first pistol shoot for both of you.
All right.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. You go first.
All right. So 6 targets. Because I'm a gunslinger, I can shoot at 2 different targets at the same time. So, let's see. My first one is a hit. My second one is a hit. My third one is a hit. My fourth one is a hit. My fifth one is a miss. And my 6th one is a hit.
Fire one more time because you gotta.
Yep.
All right. Roll me.
So it takes 7.
Yeah, but give me a second. I gotta figure out how fast you do this. Do you have
that
any
will
sort of
take-
skill for trick shotting?
Yes, it's essentially like paired weapons, but with pistols.
No, but I mean, is there a skill, some percentage dial type thing?
No.
Nice. No. All right.
I guess it's like attacks per melee and how many.
Right.
Yeah. That
so
would take
be-
4 attacks.
So, let's see. So that would take right. So that would take 4 attacks to take down 6 targets. The guy looks at you. You see his jaw clinch a few times. He throws down his credit stick on the counter and says, "Goddamn trickster," and starts walking away. There's no way he's taking down 6 targets in 4 attacks.
Isaac will just bow. Anyone else?
The other 2 are like, "Oh wait, I didn't take the Ranger. I'm out."
You see an arm raise up in the back.
Motherfucker!
All right.
Wait, before we start, do we have to use guns? And he's gonna like rise up a few like throwing knives.
Oh, if you don't want to use guns, that's fine.
I can use throwing knives.
In fact,
gonna say,
I will entertain the same thing. I won't use my guns either.
Don't use your tricky magic.
I don't have magic.
Good. Darn magic users, anyways.
All right, so we have another competition between me and Piph.
Yep.
Same rules. Go get him.
All right, this time I will be holding out my hands in an L and pointing it towards the targets as if I'm using finger guns. All right?
Mhm.
All right. So,
All right.
Same rules apply.
Zephyr's gonna be like, when do I? Okay, since I won't be able to hear you guys throw, unlike the shot of a gun, how about I'll just say go, and you guys start.
Makes sense.
Simple. I'll count down from 5. All right. And I look over at Lucas and I squint a little bit because your outfit is still so loud.
I'm going to say that it's possible to set up enough targets side by side that you could both go actually at the same time. And we'll just say whoever takes the least amount of attacks, or the least amount of melee actions wins.
That makes
All right.
sense.
Okay.
You go
5,
first, Piph.
4. Oh, okay.
By the way, what is the number I'm trying to hit?
Well,
Just
the target is within 50 feet, so a 5.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
know.
And I count down from 5. Go.
Should I roll first or should you?
You're gonna roll first. He said
All right.
you go first.
Yeah, you're rolling first. Nice.
5, 6.
Were you
All
able
right,
to throw those each?
Yeah,
at-
2.
Oh, so those are
Two.
paired attacks.
Two
So
for
that's,
melee.
Paired attack.
that's just three
Holy
melee
shit.
rounds. Wow. All right.
Hey.
So basically, your hands fly out 3 times in a row, and knives fly into all 6 targets.
Woo!
All right.
Isaac will clap for him. And I will do mine. So, with a thought, a jet of psionic energy will sprout from his finger, trying to hit the target. Yes. Yes. Miss! No! No! I failed! Ah! All right.
So at the end, you both win at the same time in the game world. And when Lucas is done, Isaac ends at the same time, but one of his targets doesn't have a hole in it.
Damn. Well done. He will take the cred stick from the guy he just won and put his revolver back on his holster, or back in its holster, and give Lucas 500 credits.
I'm not sure he needs this deal. He's making bank.
Yeah.
With his cabaret.
Thank my grandpapa. He really helped me out.
Piph, you're so quiet.
I love my grandpapa.
Okay. So Xavier is going to turn off his holo computer on his wrist, and he'll look between both Lucas and Isaac. Say, well, I figure this is a cause for celebration. I wouldn't mind having a word with, what the hell, both of you. You up for wetting your whistles?
Oh,
Sure.
I'm buying drinks.
Oh, well, that was
Okay.
easy.
God, I love celebration. You're a really good gun person. How do you do that with the fingers, though? You said you didn't do magic, but I
That's
didn't...
not magic. That's psionics. There's a difference.
Yeah, there sure is.
Yes, of course. He's gonna like point at him and do like the crazy spin, like finger point at his head and spin.
the old crazy finger? Woohoo!
By the way, I should probably describe my character because of
Yeah.
all this action and everything.
Uh-huh.
What he looks like is a tall 6'3", blonde hair, long blonde hair, pulled back into a ponytail, and sharp blue eyes. He's usually wearing a black duster and has a cowboy hat on, usually.
By the way, where are these targets?
This is at a gun range.
Yeah, so they're down. They're basically down the gun lane. You can collect them if you wish.
Yeah,
They're
he's going
just-
to like awkwardly fumble over the bar and then run out into the range.
They're just basic bullseye targets, paper targets. So
He's going to grab the.
Oh, hold up a sec. When you get within like 10 feet of them, Xavier's gonna push the button with his fist to cause them to shoot towards the front of the range and make you run back just because he thinks it's hilarious. See, you were doing it the dumb way. You should let this thing run for you.
Oh man, is there other buttons here?
No, just that one.
Is that one? Oh. If I press it again, does like it eject the daggers back?
Well, it'll shoot 'em back to the end of the range, yeah. It just moves it back and forth, that's all. Are you new here?
You see the attendant of the gun range just shaking his head.
Oh, no.
Okay, well, how about definitely not new guy? What about, let's have these drinks that you're going to offer us, huh?
Oh, right. I heard that there was the good stuff. So we're gonna get some of the good stuff.
Great. I like the good
Fantastic.
stuff. This is a good start.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's fair to say that we sit down.
Yeah.
Okay.
all right.
Ball's in your court completely.
Sure, no problem. So after we get ourselves situated, he'll introduce myself. My name is Philip Buckley, and a couple days ago I was approached with a interesting offer. A guy who works for, well, Pa. Do you guys know who Pa is?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
No.
Guy? Oh, Pa is pretty much the guy who runs this station. You want anything done, you talk with him, right? He's the head honcho, for lack of a better word. He's looking for enterprising individuals in which to invest in.
Is he your paw?
Mm-mm.
Is he my paw?
No. Are you Wolfen?
Is that your question?
No. It was what we call a rhetorical question.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. He's not.
Also, sorry, in front of your character would know his name is actually PAW, as in like a paw.
Yeah, a paw. Yeah, I know.
Mhm.
Not. Yeah.
All right, just making sure. So
I figured. It's all good. Anyway, he's looking for enterprising individuals he wants to invest in. He's approached me, and I, in turn, have kind of put my feelers out. He wants a team of individuals, and the way I saw you shooting, and he nods his head towards Isaac, and considering your size and stature, you seem like a fellow who can really handle himself in a fight, right?
Yeah.
Well, not to say that I myself personally want to look to get in a lot of fights, but with someone with you hanging around, the likelihood of getting into a fight is pretty low. And as for you, as his eyes slide over towards Lucas, and once again...
His eyes are like wide, and his mouth is a wide, beaming smile. I know you.
Yeah,
You
we
were
played
the guy
cards.
we did a bet.
Yes, we did do a bet and you won. So you're a good card player, which is pretty good in my books. Plus, you throw knives like crazy.
Yes.
And
That was very impressive.
frankly, I'll be honest with you, you're a bit of an odd duck, but the way you dress and the way you act, you are just one big walking distraction. And in my line of work, that's freaking perfect. So I'd like to extend the same offer on to you.
I'm also really good at disguises.
Really? He says.
Yes.
How so?
He's gonna look over at the barkeep. What does the barkeep look like?
He's young. He's human. He's completely bald. He has one silver ring in his left ear, and he looks. You know what? He looks like a young John Malkovich. Is what he looks like.
All right. So you go. Give me 1 sec. And he's going to pop his head into the hat that he's been wearing.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna my Xavier's gonna look over to Isaac and give the old what the fuck like mouthing words.
Oh, dude, Isaac's doing the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
Through the felt. Oh,
Right. And he's
Talk
like,
amongst yourself for a bit. He's trying to figure out. He looks like he's thinking through his hat.
what the fuck?
Like he's tapping the lower part of his hat like it's his chin.
You
So,
mhm.
anyways, what you're trying to get at is you're thinking of hiring us for a job.
Well, see, this is the thing. It sounds like I'm hiring you, but I'm not really hiring you. I don't have any of the money. I would just be a fellow crew person, I guess you could say. I'm just getting the gang together, for lack of a better word. It's not an actual gang, though. Oh my goodness, no.
Yeah,
And all this work is off station. But
Dude,
I'm looking for compatriots, I guess you could say.
Okay.
Yeah, in about 5 days' time now, we'd be meeting up with the actual paymaster. There's another fellow I've met day before last too. He actually, I'll pause for a moment. Yeah. You tipped me off over at the Explorer. I was tracking down some lizard guy, and you pointed me in the right direction.
Oh, him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you'll be seeing him again soon too.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm doing mysterious typings to Squee.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Anyways,
By the way, underneath the hat, you are seeing small movements.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, keep talking. That's fine. It's distracting, clearly. I mean, like, in character, it's distracting, but we'll try to keep it up.
I
So-
will say, I'm sorry, just to be very clear to Squee, how many differences are there between myself and the bar guy?
Yeah, exactly. What are we referring to here?
Facial features.
Oh gosh, like as in your normal face and his normal face?
Yeah.
I don't know, 6.
Alright, got it. Um,
Like, I'm sorry, it was took so long to respond, but you typed that out, and I'm like, what?
After a bit, he's going to go pop and go ta-da, and he's going to look fairly similar to the barkeep, bald and everything. He goes, eh?
What the fuck? What's in that hat of yours? Is that magic? Illusion spell or some shit?
Oh yeah, I shouldn't use magic. Sure.
It's rubber mask that I found yesterday when I met the barkeep, and I really liked his face.
Alright, well, regardless, I reckon that can be handy too. I mean, any skill. So, here's the deal. If you're interested, meet myself and my new lizard friend over at the Explorer, and we'll chat with this guy who works with Pa, and we'll suss out the details there. But from the sounds of it, it could be a sweet deal, and it's actual work. No more fussing around this old station.
But yeah, I don't have to be the distraction, because I could blend in, right?
Maybe at a, neon convention. You could blend in great.
He's gonna have like a bit of like an overbite and go, what do you mean?
He's talking about your clothes, buddy.
Yeah.
What if I had not this clothes on? Would it work?
Maybe. We'll see. How about we we cross that bridge when we get there. So what do you say? Will you meet me at the Explorer?
Oh yeah, yes. Oh wait, no.
Okay.
How much are you gonna pay?
I have no clue. From the sounds of it, we're going to be making our own pay out of all this. I got some ideas, but that's about it.
All right. He's going to like give a small sprint over to the. You notice that he actually moves quite quickly. He moves over to the barkeep and go, "How much is the pay for the job?"
The barkeep turns around and gets the start as he looks at himself,
Yep, still on.
and he says, "What job?"
that that you promised me a job.
He kind of stammers and says, "Look, buddy, I don't know who you are, but I've never seen you in my life, much less promised you a job."
Never seen you in my life.
You rule the day you cross with me. Rule the day. Whatever that means.
He shakes his head and he says, "No more for you tonight." And then he kind of turns back around, like confused, and goes away. And muttering
back to the
about,
table.
turns back around and goes away, muttering about, "I wonder if that flutist is coming back or not."
He goes back to the table. All right, you got a deal.
Just straight up. Yeah, we're done. We're good.
Okay.
We'll go ahead and move forward 5 days to the appointed night where you meet Deodrin with a D. He's sitting in the same spot where he met you last time, and I assume you all gather around him.
You'd be correct.
He'll nod to you and then look at the others appraisingly, and he'll say, "Huh. Interesting. Not bad choices. Well, I hope, for your sake."
You and me both, clearly.
He's gonna go like, "Look at this guy." He's gonna be like nodding and pointing over to the freaking like gun guy.
Oh my god. I'm gonna blink at you blankly for a moment. By the way, at this point, Xavier is chewing on just some gum.
Okay. Deodrin stands up, finishes off his mug, puts it down, and I failed to mention this before. It's a very interesting thing about the Explorer.
Oh.
They all use old-fashioned wooden-style mugs. It's kind of a signature of the Explorer.
Okay.
And so he slams it on the table with a dull thunk and says, "Right this way, gentlemen." And he starts leading you back further into the Explorer.
Okay. I'll follow. No problem.
All right.
I will pick up my stuff and follow.
All right. He leads you guys to the back of the bar and up some stairs to a sort of office that you didn't realize was there. You step into the office and you can see that the farthest wall of the office is transparent and looks down into the bar. And you realize that from the other side, it looks like just the plain wall of the establishment. So it's a one-way mirror of sorts. And sitting at a desk is... Give me a second, and I will show you.
Where am I going?
A wolfen who appears to be a bit older, getting along in years. He's got a few silver streaks in his fur. He wears a long trench coat, and he has a look of no nonsense on him. And he looks up and he goes, "So these are the one you spoke of last week. Xavier, is it?"
Yes. Might as well be candid. You're absolutely right. Xavier Anderson at your service.
He nods. "I am Pa. Sit down."
Gladly. I'll take a seat.
As Isaac's sitting down, he'll look very confused and mutter, "I thought his name was Phil."
At that point, I'll probably be hearing the mutter, and I'll just quickly say, that was just a pseudonym, a fake name. I have a couple of them.
Bear will
Huh.
nod. Yes. People
Bear.
in your line of work tend to have. I'm sorry. Paw.
Aw.
will nod. and
Bear's
say,
here? Oh my god! Alright, sorry.
Nora.
Nora.
Pa will say, in this place, many people have more than one name. It can be very beneficial.
Sorry, I'm not familiar with the concept. I'm from Earth. So
Oh.
I'm used to dealing with people with one name.
That's okay.
He raises an eyebrow and he says, Earth. Few people from that, well, some would say fabled place are among us. Interesting. And he has a very slow, practiced gait to his speech that gives you the impression that he's not slow or dim-witted, but thoughtful. And he says, well, you've all been told the basics of it. I'll keep this simple. I will give you the details, and then you will tell me if this is something that interests you. I am many things, but what you would be most interested in, I am an investor. I seek to make money in various ways. I have an offer for you. Simply put, I will loan you 50 million credits.
Okay, I don't mean to interrupt you, but right now, once again, in Xavier's mind, we're in the money. Oh, just in his head. That's all that's playing right now. Please continue.
He pauses for a second to let that sink into everyone, and he
You
says,
see Lucas with a dumb face on, picking his nose.
Isaac will ask very bluntly, "Is that a lot?"
It's done. Please continue.
he nods to Xavier and says, "Yes, as your friend says, it is very sizable indeed. With this loan, you will see my vendor, Samson, and buy a ship from him. Whichever ship you want is up to you. His ships are not what you would call new, but they are what you could afford with such a loan. The rest of the money, use how you see fit. After which, you will use your ship and resources to sit about making money however you feel best. There is no installment that you pay back to me. No monthly loan payment, as it were. Traders don't always have steady sources of income, and I understand this. Instead, whenever you do a job, whatever that job may be, you will give me a 30% cut. I do this because I want to maintain my distance. I don't care how you make your money, whether it's above the table or below the table, because quite frankly, if you're caught doing something you shouldn't be, I can deny ever knowing you. Your service to me is simply to pay me the 30% of whatever you make. Your service to me ends when you have paid back double what I have lent you, 100 million. It is not a get-rich-quick method, and I understand that it is a lot of money, but it is also a sizable risk on my part. You may take years to pay it off, but there'll be years spent earning a living. 30% is not harsh in my estimation, and you can make good money if you're skilled. In return, You will not fly my insignia. You won't tell anyone that you even know me. You will pay me 30% of your take, and I can grant you limited support. If someone is trying to cheat you, obviously I have some vested interest in my investments. I might be able to lean on them, but I don't make promises. Mostly, it will be up to you and your talents to earn back the money I lend you. Does this sound acceptable?
I got 2 questions. The first is, on the unfortunate incident that where we all die, I'm assuming our debt doesn't pass on to our kin? You just cut it off as a loss, one of your risks, as you mentioned.
Indeed. I am not what you would call a generous sort, but I do hold to the fact that the only ones that are made liable to our deal are the ones there to sign it.
Okay. And number 2 is that you say we're going to pay you 30%. I think that's pretty fair, and we keep paying you until we pay you 100 million credits, which is no small sum, but fair is fair. The only question is, if we're half a galaxy away, how are we going to get the money to you?
That is a very good question. I have one minor condition that will help answer that for you. He snaps his fingers, and what was a silver ball up against the wall that looked more like furniture or decoration than anything else pops out into a little robot about knee-high with a triangular head that almost looks like a pair of binoculars. Think almost like a Wally head,
Mm-hmm.
but attached to a rolling ball with 2 arms.
Mm-hmm.
And it rolls up and says, "Hello, I'm Sparkbot." And
Mm-hmm.
Pa says, "Sparkbot will be my insurance, for lack of a better term. He will travel with you aboard your ship. He will inspect any cargo that you receive so that he knows what you do and can make sure that I receive my fair cut. You will deposit your credits to him, and he will worry about getting it to me."
What if something happens to Sparkbot? We accept that as a loss?
If something were to happen to Sparkbot, you are to finish whatever job you are currently on and return here for another. If you don't, I will take that as a termination of our deal.
Mm-hmm. I see. We don't need to do the song and dance. I know who you are, and I know how much power you have. We have to be pretty stupid to double cross you. The only thing I would suggest is having Sparkbot keep an eye on us makes sense. Having us deposit money into him makes sense. Logging our cargo, though, I don't know if you'd want to do that. Pa, with all due respect, if you want to be ignorant of exactly how we make our money, it's best not to have an open log of what we haul or what we don't haul in case, say, one of your competitors steals your robot, cracks open his hard drive, and reads everything we've been doing.
At your feet, Sparkbot kind of bounces up and down and he says, "Oh, no. I will examine the cargo, determine the monetary value of the deal you received, and only log the numbers. If anyone were to, crack my head open, as unpleasant as the thought might be, all they would find is a list of numbers."
Does he have a mute option?
Pa shakes his head and he says, "An oversight I am desperate to find a solution to."
That's it for my questions, he says, and he looks over to the rest of the group.
So, We're free to go anywhere in the universe.
Well, anywhere in the 3 galaxies, at least. If you were to try and travel beyond there, I've heard of some explorers doing so, but I think that is too risky for my investment. If you were to travel to the city of Center and use their portals to go other places, I would request to be notified first.
Okay.
But the 3 galaxies is large.
Sure is.
Very large. That's it for me.
Okay. Look over to Talvac. Lucas.
He's just been standing there listening the whole time.
All right. Does Lucas or Talavac have anything they need to ask or want to ask?
I'm thinking to myself, I'm the acquirer. I'm not a diplomat. If things go sour, well, then I'll deal with it.
Gotcha.
With the finger still lodged deeply within his cranium, he's going to ask, "You think I would actually be really good at stealth, sneaking around a bit?"
Xavier.
Paw shrugs and says, "I really don't care. You could make your money as honest traders. Many do. You wouldn't have to sneak anywhere."
Not with that clothing, you won't.
See, that's
Xavier
what the other guy
gives us-
said. He's gonna pull out his finger.
Yep.
You look like a walking solar flare.
Xavier's gonna laugh. Good
Maybe
one.
that could be my name.
The solar flare? I like
Solar Flare. With my sidekick Sparky.
Sparky tilts his head. He says, "I request not to be this man's sidekick."
Come on, sidekick. He's gonna scoop him up.
Hooray!
Sparky looks to Paw and says, "I request not to be this man's sidekick."
Oh, I got bad news, Sparky. This guy doesn't have a mute button either.
Oh my gosh. We can find our mute button together.
Paw has spent this entire time sitting and observing silently without any sign or of reaction on his face.
Yeah.
After a few seconds, he says, "Do we have a deal?"
Yeah, I reckon so. Xavier will stand up. We'll make it nice and clear. 30% to you for every single job that we complete until you get 100 million credits in your pocket. And then he'll reach out his hand for a handshake.
Paw will shake your hand, and as he does so, he says, "At which time your ship and any materials you have acquired are yours to keep. I have no claim on them."
What we just had there was a verbal contract. It will not be broken. Not under my watch.
Paw nods, and he says, "One last thing I almost forgot to mention."
Oh, you better hurry up, because we're still shaking hands. If I don't like
Yeah.
this, I'm in hot water.
He hasn't let go. He says, "I don't care what you do, with one exception. No piracy. It is bad for business.
Yeah.
In fact, I am willing to pay a sizable sum for any pirate ships you return to me."
Good to know. Very good to know. But don't worry, I'm not any pirate. And neither are any of these guys, right? He says, realizing he didn't do a good old-fashioned piracy check.
Isaac will bluntly ask, "What's a pirate?"
Lucas is currently squinting one eye really hard and has like a grimace on his face. Realizing you're looking towards him, he like loosens up. The guy goes like, "What mean? I didn't. It wasn't me. It was that guy."
Xavier will change his speech. Maybe Isaac is having a problem understanding trade language 4. He'll go to a much more simpler trade 1 and say, bandits, scoundrels, thieves. Murderers.
Thieves. Okay.
Like space thieves who will like shoot you down, kill you, and take your stuff.
Oh. Oh
Lucas
yeah,
is
that's
going
bad.
to jump in, be like, "You'll be on board and steal your loot." And he's gonna have like the ball robot out on one of his hands, like he's feeling it as a sword.
Oh god.
Gonna wield him around a
Sparky just
bit.
kind of waves around helplessly.
I like how Sparkbot has now just assumed Sparky. He's fine with
know.
it now.
Yep.
He's had to deal with it. All right. Anyway. Yeah, no, not a worry, Pa. No piracy.
Good.
We don't finish shaking the hands.
If you will, how do you prefer your credits? In a cred stick? In a bank account?
An account, please. I don't want to be responsible for carrying around 50 million on a cred stick.
Do you have one available, or I can set one up for you and transfer the funds?
I don't have one, but Philip sure does.
Fair enough. You will find the amount deposited into your account before you reach Samson's ship emporium. May I also suggest you visit the other establishments? Spunk's Junk. The name is odd, but she is a mechanical genius.
Let's
and-
be mature. Let's be mature. Yes, please
Yes,
continue,
he's
Pa.
not mature at all. He has like the biggest, like widest mouth that he could be like. He's gonna be leaning real forward towards there. Like, huh?
Just Paw. Paw shows no signs that it's funny, and he says, she is odd, but she will be able to outfit your ship in whatever they are missing. And Flea's Market for any other goods you may acquire. In addition, there are several opportunities on this station for you, but I'm sure you can ferret those out.
Oh, I reckon we can.
If there is nothing else,
We'll excuse ourselves. Thank you for the opportunity, Pa.
he nods.
Okay.
Look forward to Spunk's junk in the trunk of my junk.
You want to know if Spark's junk has a lot of junk in her trunk? Is that what you're...
Oh, I hope we put
A lot
Sparks.
of junk in Spunk's junk trunk? Okay. I'll be right back. I have to use the washroom.
Hold on, I'm gonna pull out.
It's a junky trunky.
Yeah, I'm
Here's
gonna,
a chart.
I'm gonna take a break too, but just so you guys know, you have 50 million credits in the group loot. It is literally, think of it as any other loan. It is your 50 million credits now. You can spend it any way you like. There is only one ship dealer on the station, but again, this is at your point, your money.
I have 700 credits now. This is awesome.
I'm sorry I took 500.
Dick.
I'll be right back, guys.
God.
I bought you the drinks though.
Yeah.
So I take it we're taking a 5 or something.
Yeah, just a really quick break.
Okay, cool. I'll be back in a
Inferno
second.
needed to use the bathroom. Squee needed to get a drink.
All right, cool.
So
I'll be back
now's
in
the
a
time to take a break if you need it.
second. Okay.
Yeah, by the way, surprise, surprise. Targeting can actually make you throw 2 objects at once. Weird.
I didn't fucking know that.
What? What's this?
That's cool.
Oh, we're just talking.
Yeah,
Just take a quick
explaining that the targeting thing can can throw up to 2 objects at the same time.
Oh yeah, that's a great thing. Yeah, it's archery. It's pretty much archery trick shotting in a way.
I probably have to like freaking like paste every single thing. It has such large descriptions out of the weird like weapon proficiencies this thing keeps giving this character. It's like I didn't even choose these things. These were attached to my character and I had to figure out what they meant.
I know, eh?
But I'm glad that I do know now.
And there's so many cool pistols.
Yeah, there are.
Yeah. that +1 extra attack and all of those bonuses are really good for pistols with my character. Oh geez. I have a straight up +5 to attack, to hit.
That's pretty good.
That's
Yeah.
very good. For level 1, that's great.
Yeah.
Yerp. So many. I love how you have 8 pistols.
Yeah.
That's a lot of
One of them
pistols.
is a Techno Wizard device.
Oh,
It
crazy.
is a pistol that is specifically designed to kill supernatural evil.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You should
It's
shoot
called the
Lucas with it.
the what?
You should shoot Lucas with it. He's supernatural.
Actually, it would be very bad because it also deals a bunch of damage to magic users.
Oh, that's even funnier.
But like,
Kidding.
it's loaded with silver bullets, and if you shoot a supernatural being, it takes 1d6 times 10 mega damage.
Wow. That's a railgun.
Per
Holy
shot.
shit.
Basically.
That's a very powerful
And-
railgun.
And magic users take 5d6 MDC.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. It would be a bad time.
Wow.
Mo!
So that shot counts as like techno wizardry. Does that count as magic?
Yeah, techno wizard weapons are
it should
considered
be.
magic weapons, yes.
Yeah.
That's right,
What's
cat.
that cat's problem?
He's a talkative cat.
Yeah. It's Logan. But yeah, it's called the TW Thunder Gun. And apparently each shot rings out as if lightning had just struck the target.
Neat.
Yeah.
I can't believe I got to use like make balloon animals and monsters right off the bat.
Yeah,
I
damn
know!
straight.
Dude, your class is so stupid and so great at the same time.
Yeah, it sounds
You
about
should see
right.
him actually do things. It's pretty neat.
Actually,
Hey,
do
Piph,
things.
what are you playing actually?
I'm playing a ludicrous mage.
Yep.
I gotta look that up. I've never heard of that.
It's in Rifter 9.5.
Hmm.
Yeah, Rifter 9.5. I want to share the original concept picture that I gave to Piph.
Oh yeah.
Is it all right if I link it to the chat?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, do it.
All right, chat here.
Jeez, lame. Not lame. Ridiculous.
Oh my god.
By the way, I'm going to have to note that most people would never even hear of a ludicrous mage.
Yeah, I have no idea. Right
Oh,
now,
yeah.
you're just a weird fucking guy.
Very, very eccentric.
Yep.
It is. It's been a blast just making him. It's. I had to pull out 4 books and read at the end a 5th one just to figure out what the heck everything did.
I take it Squee took a quick break too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Groovy.
So, do we want to? We still want to do it in character. Never mind.
Yeah, might as well. I think we have a general idea, but might as well talk in character, right?
Yeah.
Well, hello.
Hello.
Never mind. Let's get right into it.
Did I interrupt something?
No, not really.
My cat is really grumpy tonight.
Yeah,
Dear
I-
God.
he is.
yeah, he totally is. He is fucking pissed off at you, dude.
I know.
Is he hungry?
No.
Does he need to poop?
He
I get grumpy when I need to poop and I can't poop.
he doesn't like being stuck in this room
Oh, why is he stuck in that room?
because he's been scratching furniture.
Oh, that would do
Yeah.
it.
Mhm.
That would do it.
He's grounded.
Yep.
Grounded. All right.
Okay.
So Where were we? So you all leave Lucas's. I'm sorry. You all leave Paws.
That's okay. At
It's
least it's
now
fair.
over.
This is my place now. I know what you mean.
And you leave Paws. And where would you like to go?
I think we're gonna head on over to. Oh, that's the custom space combat. Over to
Samson's ship
Samson's.
Emporium?
Yes.
Yeah.
Samson's.
Okay. You guys head to Samson's Ship Emporium. It is a large shipyard. It's very much like the rest of the station. It's very secondhand. It's not a very shiny place. It's not very new looking. It's well kept. It's very tidy and organized. But the ships you see for sale are certainly used. And most of the ships you see are stripped of all weapons, and some of them are missing even more than that. They're definitely not brand new, but most of you, and I do say most, would know that you're not going to find, for 50 million credits, as much as money as that is, you're not going to be buying new, fresh, fully equipped ships. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, that stuff is much higher, but that's fine because with dollar signs still in his eyes, Xavier will turn over to the rest of this ragtag group and he'll say, "All right, so since we're all partners in this, I figured we all have ourselves a bit of a say. Now, if we're going to be traversing out there in the big, the big old galaxy, or all three of them."
Lucas is gonna say, "Partners, right?" And he's gonna run out of the room.
Let's wait and see if he comes back.
He's currently saying goodbye to his older group.
You had another group? Oh, I gotta wait and I gotta listen to this.
So your older group, which is two brothers, one has a goatee, one doesn't, and a young, fairly attractive woman. They take it differently. The two brothers don't seem too sad to see you go. The woman is almost in tears, and she's saying, "But we were gonna have a life together."
I know, babe. This is just the way it has to be.
What the fuck is going on?
She watches you walk away, and she waves and she says, "Contact me sometime."
Yeah, think about it. Babe, remember me. And then he's going to throw a unopened pack of gum at her.
She's going to catch the gum, and she's going to catch the gum and hold it to her bosom, as the two brothers look disdainfully as you go.
I told you to call me Bronco.
And that was the last you saw of them that day.
Okay.
So
So does he
Samson's
come
Ship
back
Emporium.
eventually? Does he come back so I can continue?
And he goes back, he's like, "Oh yeah, I dealt with it."
Okay, good. He says. So since we're partners in this, oh my god. We got ourselves a couple philosophies here. All right? Since we'll probably be hauling something at some point, there's going to be other assholes out there who's going to want what we have. All right? So, there's two philosophies, which is either we don't want them to mess with us, and we cannot have them mess with us in one of two ways. Either having something big and with a lot of guns, so they realize it's not worth their while, or something nice and fast and light that can get us out of problems lickety-split.
I like that option.
Like running. That's a good idea.
All right, and I'll look over to Isaac.
Well, the faster we go, the more places we can go.
Exactly.
So, I've been browsing the catalogs myself, just out of curiosity. And I saw a very fantastic little number. It's called a P57 slider. All right, not very big, but whew, she is fast. I know guys and ladies who've run with this little machine here, and it definitely gets them places. It will outrun any problem that we might come across. Well, not everything, but a lot of things, which is good, which is really good. Plus, I mean, price here says 36 million credits. That's still another 14 million that we can use.
Mm-hmm. What does it have on it?
Well, I reckon this model here, it's got himself. Now, as far as what, like weapon systems?
Yeah.
It's got itself a. Well, this one's pretty bare. It has a long-range missile tube, so it's a missile launcher, and a forward-facing hard point that we can put lasers, railguns, that sort of thing on it. It looks like it has two little turrets there. See on the underside. So I reckon those can mount about 2 particle barrels on it each, or maybe one big autocannon. Either way, it has enough weapons to get us by if we really need to.
Any stealth capabilities?
No, not off the get-go, but I reckon we could find ourselves something at some point.
You hear from the back of the shop, customers. Oh, just a moment, please, just a moment. And you hear like some crashing, as if someone crashes into something.
Uh-huh.
And from the back of the room comes a man who is fairly short and has a bit of a potbelly, and he's partially balding with what's left of his hair, long blonde hair, slicked back.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got very rosy cheeks, and he says, "Ah, yes, welcome to Samson's Emporium. I am Samson. Looking for a ship?"
You all certainly are. In fact, a mutual acquaintance of yours sent us this way.
Ah, your pa's latest investment.
Ah, you know us already. It's good to know. Do you know that since we have good pull with Pa, that we expect the finest that you have to offer?
He says, yes, well, you will certainly find none finer on this station, I can assure you. And I would be quite the fool to go against my most gracious benefactor.
As would we all. We were just talking about the slider that you got.
Ah, yes, a marvelous ship. Very fast, very nimble. Has many, interesting spots for interesting cargo. I don't know if that's something that interests you, but...
Well, please keep going in regards to interesting spots.
Well, you didn't hear this from me, but I
course not.
hear that runners like to use this ship because it's easy to, put things in places they might not be found. But I wouldn't know. I simply sell the ship.
Of course.
It is a marvelous beauty. She's in full condition. Her electrical systems are a bit old, but still very functional. Of course, none of my ships come with weapons. Safety reasons, you understand. All of those would have to be purchased separately, but it does come with a full force barriers. Excuse me, and a standard contra-gravity drive.
All right.
So,
Other than weapon systems, what else can this thing get outfitted with?
Oh, well, I suppose it's just a matter of credits, but tractor beams, better engines, better shields, certainly, better weapons.
A
How about
cloaking device?
I gesture over to the lizard man?
Samson says, yes, well, as you know, those are highly illegal, strictly speaking, but I don't think there's any on the station, but if there was one who would know, it would be my good friend Spunk. You might speak to her on such things.
Sure, sure. Of course, we'll speak with Spunk, but perhaps my good friend here misspoke. We might be going in some hostile territory known to be frequented by pirates, and we just don't want to be detected. Perhaps there might be other ways to throw off Simple's radar or scanner systems. I've known of some people, some things that can dispatch bits of sand or small pieces of metal to kind of deal with those reflective waves.
Yes.
Would we have to speak to Spunk in regards to that too?
You would, but I can tell you that most of the ships I sell can have all sorts of countermeasures installed in them. But as far as purchasing said items, I only sell the ships, I'm afraid. However, if you are going into dangerous places, you strike me as those who prefer to avoid combat, move quickly.
Precisely.
Yes.
Considering we're looking into a slider, you'd be absolutely right.
Yes, and if speed is what you're after, there are none better. But I would like to bring to your attention a rare beauty I got in just a few days ago. A 98 Widow. This ship is rare. It doesn't begin to describe it. Very well balanced between good construction and speed. Not quite as fast as the slider, but still fast enough to leave almost anyone in the space dust. Beyond that, it can be more heavily outfitted with weapons if you think you're going to be in danger, and it also can have interesting cubby holes for interesting product. I, in all honesty, though, must be fair. A ship so versatile and highly sought after would be a bit more expensive, and it is stripped for parts. It's a bit of a fixer-upper. In the end, it could be even better, but more investment.
What's the top speed of the Widow?
The Widow, in sublight, of course. As we know, FTL speeds are determined by the engine installed, not the ship itself. But in space, it can reach, give me 1 second.
Sure, no
It
problem.
can reach Mach 9.
9!
Slightly less fast than the slider, but most pirate ships are lucky if they reach Mach 7.
That's true. Now, what kind of reputation does the Widow have? You mentioned that the slider was known for some people. Let's just call a spade a spade. Smugglers, right? Those types of people. It's been known as a smuggler's ship, right? Now, not everyone who drives one is a smuggler, right? But how about the Widow? What kind of reputation does that have as a man who sells them?
Well, that's a bit hard to peg down. You see, widows are versatile enough to fulfill almost any role you want. I've seen them used as anything from, well, the word you use, the smuggler ships, to almost light combat assault carriers. The widow is what you make it.
That's true. Well, why don't you leave us for a moment, and I'll confer with my friends here, and we'll let you know what we decide. If we have any other questions, we'll ask.
Of course. I am here but to serve. And he bows and dips his head and then backs away.
I have a question. And he's going to actually be talking and mimicking Xavier's speech pattern movement a bit.
Oh boy, okay.
So, which one would have the most trunk space? Or would they both have... Do they both have a trunk?
Well, if you're looking for actual carrying capacity, the widow
No.
is...
Do they have a trunk? And he's going to, like, move invisible, like, thing that's in his mouth, but it's not there.
Oh my god. Savior closes his eyes for a moment.
Wait, I'm confused by that gesture. You do
He's
what?
pretending to chew gum,
Oh, okay, got it.
like what Xavier's doing.
They both have cargo bays, if that's what you're referring to.
No trunks. Alright. We'll
Yeah.
discuss.
You could install one, I'm sure. But as you will, I will be in the back room. Simply ring the bell if you need me.
Okay. All right. Let me be honest with you guys. Any ship is a smuggler ship. It just depends if there's a smuggler on board. So don't let that don't let that affect you. The question is, do we want versatility or do we want to go the extra Mach 1?
Opinions.
Mhm.
If we don't want to be attacked, flying a non-rare ship would be good.
Yeah. Yeah.
I say versatility for 1 Mach. I think that sounds like a very, very fair deal for our needs.
Mhm.
How much is it gonna be? Because if I recall correctly, the versatile one is going to be. It needs an engine and it needs force fields.
Oh, good point. So the Widow right now is selling, from the look of his little site here, it is selling for, oh my god, 38 million credits. The same as well, no, it's 2 million more than the slider.
Mm-hmm.
And it needs an engine, you said?
Yeah.
How much would that engine be, Squee?
Looking for you right now.
It depends on the type.
Right. It depends
If we
on what
want-
type of engine you want. The cheapest you could get, which is what the other ships are outfitted with as well, is 5 million. And then force fields depend on what kind of force fields you want, whether you want full force fields or variable. Just a quick explanation: a full force field, basically, let's say the light one is 1200 MDC, surrounds the whole ship. Any damage to your ship just gets reduced from that 1200. Variable is more like 200 per side, and you can adjust. So you could take 100 from one side and throw it to the other. You could take it all from all three sides and throw it to the front. So you got more versatility there, but they're a bit more expensive. The lightest ones is 4 million for the full force field and 8 million for the variable. And then it goes up from there.
Does the slider have a variable or a full force
A
field?
full.
Yeah, okay. So if we got the same thing as the slider, which is the 5 million engine and the 1 million force field, that's 6 million on top of that.
4
So
million force field,
that-
sorry.
So that's
4
9
million?
million on top of that.
So now we're
So
looking
it's-
at
11 million more. But the thing is, it has 400 more MDC for that force field.
it would. Yeah, it'd be tougher. It definitely would
Yeah.
be tougher. But here's the thing. We probably wouldn't be able to put it's 11 million more. So that gives us 1 million.
3 million.
3 million to spend on weapons and cargo and food.
Yeah.
Well, food
Which
won't
straight
be that much of a problem.
Straight up, I don't think we can get any weapons.
Yeah, so we can
that.
have a versatile ship that can go, that's a little bit tougher but has no weapons. Or we can get ourselves a faster, lighter ship that doesn't have as much cargo, isn't more versatile, and we can actually have something to defend ourselves with. Now, honestly, if we go with the versatile one, we could probably do a couple jobs that don't really require a lot of weapon systems. I know some very, very safe systems that are highly policed. We do a couple legitimate runs, and we don't have much of a problem, right? Not every single cargo ship out there is brimming with weapons, after all. But we would be cargo haulers, is what we would definitely be doing.
Yeah. I mean, there's also the other standpoint of, because of the reputation of the slider, people, when we go dock, they will very likely know that we are smugglers or something of that sort and look at us with suspicion. Whereas with the Widow, there's less suspicion, even though we would look like juicier targets to pirates.
Yeah. Well, the good news in regard to your first concern is that we can always garner ourselves a reputation that we aren't smugglers. Completely
That's true.
Abolish that You know, we do a couple runs in systems. They get to know us. Maybe they'll be suspicious at first, but as long as we assay those suspicions, then we got nothing to worry about, right?
Yeah.
Plus, there's all sorts of little things that we can do to make people think that we're not. Like I said, not everyone who drives a slider around is a smuggler. That's pretty silly, right? It's just been smugglers have just been known to really like them for obvious reasons. I have to say,
Yeah.
I'm pretty keen on it myself, but this isn't all just up to me.
I say to hell with them. We get what we want.
True.
Got a
So,
good attitude.
yeah. So what do we want?
He's got a good point.
It's our money. It's our ship. We can do it as we please.
That's true. Well, maybe we can, maybe we can bring down the price a little bit on the Widow. What do you think?
Maybe.
Perhaps a test run would be suffice.
Doesn't have engines. We would need to buy the engines first.
Yeah.
Blasted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like this guy.
Oh, good.
I
Do you
I would
say that
almost
out loud?
just
Yeah.
I just look over at you, and I just shake my head, and I just look back again.
While you're looking at him, he's looking at you with big eyes and a small, warm smile.
So really what we're looking for, I'm seeing two things, really. Either we
Yeah.
get a ship that we're happy with now with some extra spending money, or we get something we get a little bit less, but later on it'll pay off. That's what I'm
You
seeing.
know what?
Mm.
I think we should visit one more place before we make our final decision.
All right. What are you thinking?
Go visit Spunky. I
Okay.
think that's her name.
Oh no,
Spunk.
no E on there, just a spunk.
Spunk. Okay.
If you ask me what that means,
um,
I'm not going to tell you.
He bends over next to his ear.
If I recall correctly, there was a certain module that you were looking for
Yes, you're right.
that might help
Yes.
us decide.
You're absolutely right. Let's go speak with Spunk.
What module?
The cloak. May I give you a small bit of advice there, Talavac?
Hmm.
When you ask for something illegal, you have to dance around the subject. You can't blurt it out, or might not get as such lucky passes as we did with Samson.
I learned that after the 5th time.
What's wrong with the word module?
No, not module, but stealth systems. You asked. It's like me asking where I can get some Gorlian powder.
Mum's the word.
Yeah, exactly.
What's wrong with stealth systems?
They're illegal for non-military ships.
Ridiculous.
What's Gorlian powder?
Oh.
It's so great. I mean, legal, not for consumption.
A blue dust that if you sniff it, it'll take you to the moon and back, and I don't mean literally.
Huh.
Okay, I understand. I will be more tactful in the future.
Thank you. All right, well, let's go talk with Spunk.
Yep.
All right.
Do you want to take this, Isaac?
Sure.
Up to you. It's your idea.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys travel almost just a little bit down the way, down the station, to the shop that has a bright neon sign above it that says Spunk's Junk. And you enter the store, and it is even bigger than Samson's Ship Emporium. And it is literally a junkyard. It is full of every kind of ship part you can imagine. Some in good condition, some in bad condition, some look like they're stripped for parts. The entire place has no organization. Even the shelves are just overflowing with, for lack of a better word, junk.
I'm not gonna lie. This looks like a whole bunch of metal to me.
Yeah.
This place is disgusting.
What do you think,
I see.
Sparky? What do you
Sparky,
think, Sparky?
Sparkbot says, well, Spunk is, from what I've heard, a mechanical genius, if a bit eccentric.
Did spunk work on you? Do you have a little spunk in you?
Go fuck yourself, Piph.
God damn it!
If you say would you like some, I am going to quit this campaign.
We're done. We're done. We're done. We're fucking done.
This is what I get for thinking people would think the word's real meaning as opposed to...
No,
You
come
can
on.
only blame yourself, Squee.
It never even occurred to me that the word had a double meaning.
You gotta Google. You gotta Google
Oh my
the
God.
names before this.
No. It's not that I've never heard of it. I just didn't think about it.
It's okay.
How old are we? 12?
Oh,
Yes.
come on. It was
Oh.
funny. All right. Anyway, please continue.
All right. So, you do hear high-pitched humming from the back of the shop.
Ma'am?
Oh, and then you see a little head bob up over, the junk, and it's a woman, maybe in her young 20s. She's got light brown hair in pigtails that are smeared with grease, just like her face. She's got freckles and bright blue eyes, and she stands up. She's wearing mechanics overalls and a t-shirt underneath with the sleeves rolled up, and workers' gloves. And she says, "Oh, customers, just one second. And then she reaches down and grabs something and rushes over to you, and she says, look. And she puts a device on the table, which looks like... The best way to describe it would be two spoons that were glued together, tip to tip, attached to a metal rod. So almost like, have you ever seen those little propellers where you roll them in your hand and they fly up?
Yeah.
Something
Yeah.
like that. It looks like that, made out of metal with two scoops.
Huh.
All right. What are we looking at?
She says, "Oh, it's my newest invention."
What does it do?
Well, you take this like this, and you might want to stand back, she says.
Stand back.
Stand
3
back.
feet. Yeah.
I'll stand
And
back.
The
she
character
says,
bends forward a little bit to take a little bit of a
Pull
closer
him
look
back.
with Sparky like close at hand.
Pull him back.
Oh,
I'm trying to look. Get off me.
she says, you roll it in your hands like this, and she rolls it, and it starts flying up into the air, and in about a 5 to 10 foot radius around it, a little zap of electricity just rains down from it and strikes her right in the chest.
oh.
And she falls down, stunned, and it falls
Okay.
to the floor as well. And she on the floor, she sits there looking up at you guys with her head kind of tilted, and she's grinning. She's like, see, isn't that cool?
It looked like that
Electrify
hurt.
yourself.
She's like,
Yeah.
enormously so.
Oh.
But imagine if you were in a position you didn't want to be in, with, say, I don't know, people who wanted to buy your stuff and didn't like that you had accidentally, broken it in front of them, and they were angry, and you roll this and boom, they're all on the floor.
An area effect taser.
In a way.
No, it's more like a forced dance move.
Yeah, what he said too.
Yeah.
Squee.
Hmm?
I would like to try a paramedics check
Okay,
on her.
roll
To see if she's
paramedics
all right.
Yes,
Yeah.
roll a paramedics check.
I fail.
Okay. Um, you can't tell how bad she is, but you do know that this at least looks kind of similar to what like a neural mace would do.
Huh.
Yeah, I have one of those.
Interesting.
Is your little invention there for sale?
She stands back up slowly and goes, "Whoa, whoa,
Yeah.
whoa. What were we talking about?"
We were just
Did you work
wondering.
on this little guy? He's gonna hold up the ball.
She taps him once or twice on his little eye cap, and she goes, "No, never worked on him."
Hmm.
And then she starts going for tools.
And I'll poke at Isaac with my shoulder. Sorry, with my
ma'am.
elbow.
Ma'am, we're looking for something.
Yes. Oh, what? Yes. It's right there, and yes, it is for sale if you want it. She says, grinning widely.
Not only that, but something else.
Oh.
A part for a ship.
Oh well. She looks around. They're everywhere. And she kind of looks at you blankly.
A special.
Yes, a special, really hard to find rare part. Something that could help us to, well, we are employees of PAW,
She nods.
and we are getting ourselves a ship,
She nods again.
and we are going to be flying through some very heavily pirate territory, heavy pirate territory. So we would like to be not very
Pirates.
noticeable.
Oh. Oh, I thought you were going to say something else. Oh. You want a stealth drive? Why didn't you just say so?
Oh well. Some people just don't understand.
I look over at Xavier and just, I was being tactful.
Yeah. Xavier just shrugs and rolls his eyes, not at Talavac, but over at Spunk.
Spunk crosses her arms and she says, tactful would be using the proper name in the first place.
Well, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
She taps her chin and she says, for what kind of ship?
Well, probably a slider. Oh,
yeah.
sorry, Isaac.
No. Go ahead.
Slider.
So a medium ship.
Hmm.
She kind of quirks her head and she says, I have one, but
Oh boy.
it's missing a part.
Okay.
I could fix it, but I don't have the part. And she keeps saying it like she raises a finger up when she thinks of it. Like she raises a finger up when she says, I have one, and then brings it back down again when she says, but it's missing a part. And then she raises her finger again. I could fix it, but I don't have the part.
Is this human damaged in some way? And I'm pointing at Spunk.
She starts feeling herself over and she says, not yet, I don't think.
You know what? Sometimes you have to have the right key for the right keyhole. So, Lucas, Xavier will say, turning over to their neon-dressed companion. Hey, Lucas.
The solar flare.
As he's like kind of spitting the ball robot on the floor.
Hey, can you talk to Spunk for us and figure out where she can get this part? You know, chat her up a little bit.
I mean, sure.
No,
He's
go
going
nuts.
to stop the spinning robot abruptly.
As an aside, as Lucas goes up to speak with Spunk, Xavier's going to stand back, probably next to Lucas and Talavac, and you'll hear him mutter under his breath, sometimes you gotta fight crazy with crazy.
I suppose.
And Lucas, from his place, jumps over to in front of her, goes, "Greetings!"
She jumps just a little bit closer to you and says, greetings to you.
see that we're going to get along great.
Xavier's smiling like he just invented plutonium.
He's getting married right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I heard you're missing a part.
I am missing a part.
Do you know what part it is?
I do know what part it is.
Shoo, then what is it?
She sounds like she's winning a game.
Tell me this part. I would like to know.
She goes, it's an internal capacitor for the stealth drive that they don't want to call a stealth drive, though I don't really understand why. It's its name, after all.
Look, I don't understand them either. Crazies, really. Anyway, so a module. Is that what you said?
Internal capacitor.
Internal capacitor. That's what I meant to say. Misspoke a little bit. Sorry.
Looks like this, and she holds her hand in like a T shape.
Oh, I was going to say, if that bitch is pulling it out, then I'm going to be angry.
I was waiting for that. Just like, it looks like this. And it just pulls it out. Like a T.
She's like, yes, I had one the other day, but...
Did you sell it?
No.
Did you misplace it?
No.
Did it blow up?
No, I like this. Keep going.
Oh gosh, I'm gonna get. How many more? I think I have 16 more questions. Oh shoot.
Jesus.
Did someone take it from you?
Yes!
Oh, fifth try. Gonna have to do better next time. Can we redo it?
Well, okay, but only once.
Okay. Did somebody take it from you?
Yes!
So high score! You got this! Okay, do you know who took it from you?
Yes, I do!
Gosh. Oh my gosh. We're winning at this game. Hold on. I have to... Hold on. It's putting down tally marks on a piece of paper.
She's getting more and more excited.
Alright. Okay. So you know who it's... do you have a name?
Yes, I
Oh
do!
my gosh, rate it. Tell it to me.
Snipe!
Snipe.
Snipe. He's
D-
another junk dealer.
Ooh. It's not a mystery. I know who it is. It's Sniper. Good.
No,
Okay.
She shakes her head. No, just snipe. No, There's no.
It's nicer to put. Anyway, yes, Snipe. Really? Does he have like a crooked eye?
She kind of pauses, like this, and she kind of pulls down like her lower eyelid.
No, like this, and he kind of like half crosses his one eye.
She goes, "Oh no. He's one of those puppy creatures, like Paul."
The cute dog people. Okay.
Yes, the cute dog people. He is another junk dealer on the other side of the station who's been trying to put me out of business for months now, and he's almost succeeded, and it really makes me upset.
That bad person. Anyway, so if he has it, would he be selling it?
No,
What the heck is he going to use it for?
he's keeping it from me because he knows I want it. See,
That's just rude.
He's a sore loser. I run a better shop than him. I'm a bit of a genius, and I was driving all his customers to my business simply by, well, being me. So he's made it his personal mission to close me down, and he's been taking things of mine just because it irks me, and of course, the more things he takes from me, the less customers I have. It's really annoying.
There's more
Wait.
things?
Wait, my turn.
Oh god, yes. Okay, I'm gonna have to turn this. Hold on. He spins the paper upside down. Oh. Okay, go.
All right. You're a group of freelancers.
Shh. We can be.
Yes! You solve problems.
He turns back to the group. Do we solve problems?
Isaac will nod.
Xavier
solve
will
problems.
think for a moment and nod.
We do solve problems.
Yes! You could put Snipe out of business for me.
God, you're getting so many more points than me. Okay. I'm gonna have to get this back. Is your favorite color light blue?
No.
Shit. All right, he's just gonna crumple up the piece of paper.
She shakes her head. She says, no, this is perfect. He's been running underground operations for years, and he's driving away my business. You drive him out of business. I get my capacitor back. I get my customers back, and I give you a credit line.
Oh,
It's a credit line.
it's money owed. How big?
She thinks and counts on her fingers a little bit, and then she starts mumbling something about the square root, and then she says, 8 million credits.
Make it 10.
Okay, 10,
Uh-huh.
and you get the stealth drive, but that's my final offer.
Well, shoot. You drive a hard bargain, but I'm gonna have to agree with that one. You also won the game, so I really can't argue. And he puts out his hand.
Tell me his
have-
credit. Sorry, go ahead.
We'll have to find it within our hearts to live with her offer.
Yeah. We just gotta put a wolf out of business. All right. I reckon you have a deal on my part.
Lucas spits on his hand and sticks it out, ready for a handshake.
Spunk looks at it a little weird, then takes your hand, spits in it, and shakes it.
A little bit out of order, but I got that. It's good.
Such a disgusting human tradition here.
No, that's
She-
not
she-
a human
she-
tradition, he says.
She looks at Talivik and says, I know.
Perhaps we should be on our way.
Yeah.
Okay.
She nods and she says, but please be careful. He's not a friendly person.
That's fine.
Well, neither are we.
I'm pretty friendly, and he wipes his hand on Televik's arm.
I'm gonna grab your wrist and twist it over.
You're gonna have to catch me first.
You're gonna have to catch me. And here we go. All right.
She just stands there waving energetically as you guys go.
Okay. So once we're done chasing each other, Xavier will pull us all together and he'll say, well, so we got to put another junk dealer out of business. I got one idea. Want to hear it?
We rob him blind.
See? That, I don't blame you for thinking that, but that's a little risky, and that's pretty long term if you think about it. I mean, him losing, how much can you actually carry, right?
It depends on the item.
Yeah. Well, where are we going to keep it?
Stash.
Exactly.
Yeah, stash it somewhere. That's true. Well, we'll put a pin in that. How about this? Putting a person out of business, you can do it several ways. You can steal their inventory, like you suggested, right? We could blow it up, all right? We could kill the guy, right? Then he's completely out of business for good. Or we can let someone else do it for us. And the fastest way for some place to get out of business is for it to be shut down by the law. Spunk herself just said that he's been known for doing shady deals, right? Well, we just catch him in the act, and we either blackmail him and tell him to go someplace else, or we just give it to the law and have them shut him down.
Easy sounding, but we need something to hold against him.
Well, that's easy. You and me? We already have ourselves a bit of a reputation. We ask for something under the table, something that we know that's completely illegal, and then we simply record it.
You mean like a planting?
Yeah, we could plan something.
I like this. Then we'll have some evidence to show the authorities.
Exactly.
What about that powder stuff that you were saying earlier?
Good point. It's highly illegal.
Ooh.
We find some Grungian. What did I call it? Grellian powder. We're gonna call it Grellian powder.
Yeah, sure. Write it down.
Is it okay if I interject with a little bit of information your characters would know?
Yeah, why not?
It's important to point out that on Frontier, there are not the same law enforcements nor laws that you would find on a normal, say, CCW station. Paw doesn't really care if you're dealing in illegal goods as long as it can't be traced back to him. And Paw is the one that controls the guards and basically, for lack of a better term, law enforcement on the station. You would have to find some reason for him to shut the guy down if you wanted to go that route.
Well, just right there. God just said it from above. Okay, this law works a little bit different. That's fine. We just have to we can just plant evidence or just expose it where he's clearly sloppy. We create a direct link between his shady doings and Pa will shut him down because he controls the law.
That sounds most devious. I love it.
Thank you. Lucas, Isaac?
I don't know how we will, but it seems okay.
We'll figure out a way.
Yeah. Yes.
The
It's
question
much
is,
better than go up and bomb the place?
Well, that's one option, sure. It's pretty violent, though, and it'll create a lot of heat, and Pa probably wouldn't like it one bit, so I would put a pin in that idea.
All right. Check on
I'd save that as our absolute last resort.
Yeah.
Yeah, but other than destroying his inventory, that's probably the best way to go. Okay, so, tell you what. Why don't we all do a little bit of information gathering, right? There's probably been all sorts of people who've crossed paw in the past, right? And I bet you there's all sorts of people who've been on Frontier longer than we have that have a bunch of stories in regards to it. Let's go out, have ourselves a drinks, we'll keep an ear to the street. When we're back here in a few days or so, or even sooner if someone really has something particularly juicy, and based on the failures of others, we'll decide how to frame this wolfen.
Seems good to me.
Yes.
Okay. So, I don't know how... I plan on doing just a streetwise check or so. Listening to old booze hounds, tell their tales of why you don't want to mess with Pa, right? Or businesses that have been shut down because of him. But that's my general idea.
I think that the first order of business is to simply go there as customers. Scope out the joint, see who's working, see how things are being run, and we can make an assessment from there.
That's a good call. Know thine enemy. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
Okay. I can dig
Yeah,
it.
let's do that first.
All right.
And I would like to be in full incognito. Helmets. I don't want to be seen.
Yeah, disguise is a good idea. I can disguise myself a little bit. Hey, Lucas, those rubber masks. Do you have more than one of them?
Yes.
Could I have one?
It dissolves after a bit.
Okay. How long?
Oh. You.
Did you say fuck you?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Well, thanks a lot.
Listen, if
it
you
was
don't...
such a big problem.
I didn't time it. It's somewhere around 5 minutes, okay?
Oh.
Give or take, I think.
Well, I was simply suggesting that we wear our helmets with our armor, of course.
True. Well, if that's the way you want to go, that's fine by me, but I have ways of changing my appearance from time to time.
Actually, a bit of a faux pas on the GM's part. Mega damage armor is not allowed inside Frontier or many space stations, for that matter. No mega damage armor or weapons are allowed because mega damage weapons can cause hull breaches, and
Yeah.
mega damage armor begets mega damage weapons.
Well, fine then. I'll just wear like one of the things that ninjas wear. You know.
You want a
That,
mask?
that was my bad. I should have mentioned that at the start.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, that's fine.
Basically, I don't want this guy to see what it looks like off the bat. That's
Okay,
what I'm
well,
trying to say. Yeah.
hold up a second, Talavac, then. How about we do it two ways? We're the face, right? We chat with him a little bit. While he's distracted, you slip in. That way we get to case out the joint both as customers and as a fly on the wall, so to speak.
Okay.
He won't see you because we'll distract him. You'll maybe be able to look at areas that we as customers can't go.
I'm not used to working with a group. I used to do this all by myself, so I'm not
Oh.
used to having allies.
Well, will be one hell of a distraction. And he'll look over to Lucas. One hell of a distraction.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I have a plan.
See? He has a plan, Xavier says sarcastically.
I have a cunning plan.
But it's actually a really good idea not to go on completely as... Well, yeah, in case things go bad. So I am going to use a disguise skill and try to change my appearance slightly. Not a whole lot. I think maybe I'll dye my hair.
okay.
If that's feasible.
Mm-hmm.
And should I just do a disguise skill check just to see how well I do in regards to that? How much of a thorough dye job or how good I am at... Because disguise isn't just how you look, right? It's also how you act.
Right.
So, that fair enough? Just a quick disguise skill check?
Sure.
Alright, so what's my disguise skill? 35. Fail by 24.
You don't quite pull off what you were going for,
Uh-huh.
but for someone who doesn't know you, you think that if they saw you in this disguise and then saw you again without it, there's a chance they wouldn't recognize you.
Okay.
You look just like you.
Oh, thanks. Except, with blonde hair. Well, this kind of came off with a tinge of orange, but whatever. That's fine. Okay, no, I'm good. I got my preparations. So we'll go in first, and then Talavac, you do what you do, and we won't even meet outside. We'll meet at a later date. We'll say over at the Explorer at night. How about that? You debrief us on what you got.
Precisely.
All right.
Okay.
Give me a few. I'm gonna apply my own makeup. And it's gonna
Okay.
have very fabulous hands.
Go nuts, Lucas. Oh boy.
It's gonna go into the bathroom,
Uh-huh.
and let's see how well this is. Oh man, great. Okay.
Fuck you and your good rolls. Your goddamn 5s and your 39s.
He's gonna come out. He's actually gonna still somewhat look like him, but it is a large, flowery dress that he's having, and he's
What?
he is
Like a
sporting-
woman's dress?
Yep.
Okay.
He looks very like how do I call this? It's basically just a kind of birthy woman. You notice that if you look very closely, it's actually like his like packs and things like that placed around his chest and butt.
Okay. I'll talk with the group. How about this? We'll do this in waves, all right? You go in first as distraction number 1, and you be you. If, for whatever reason, he throws you out, then maybe I'll slap him, myself and Isaac. Or, Isaac, you can go in with Lucas if you want, he says. But we'll be
Nope.
wave 2,
Nope,
just in
I'm good.
case.
You'll notice that actually his face still looks like his face.
Mm-hmm.
And if
Of
you question
course.
him about it, he's gonna go, "Oh, just wait."
Oh, okay. All right. You're going to change your face too? All right. Well, I can't wait. Let's...
I have more rubber masks. And
Oh.
he's gonna give like a really like heavy wink to you.
I'll give you a heavyweight back. Well, let's get this show on the road, he says. You all set, Talvac?
I can.
Okay.
I just need to grab a few things.
Okay. I figure we get all settled, and I think we're ready to talk with... sorry, what's this woman's name again?
Snipe.
Nice.
Oh, I wrote it down right here, and I ignored my own damn note. I'm so stupid. All right.
I've been
Anyways,
writing everything down.
good on you. Good habit.
Uh,
All right.
So, Squee, I do have to note this. The reason why I said good on that one is because I am going to be changing my facial features, which does give me a plus to disguise.
Awesome. Okay, good.
Right.
Good.
God.
All right, so
This is
you guys
amazing.
travel.
This is so perfect.
You guys travel to the other side of the station. It's not hard to find Snipe Shop. Snipe Shop is quite a bit smaller than Spunk's Junk. And it's also a bit neater, but it doesn't have shall we say, variety that Spunk's had. You enter the shop, and you see a wolfen behind the counter. He's very lanky. He's a very skinny wolfen. His hair is a bit matted. It's not like he's completely disgusting, but it is like maybe he doesn't shower every day. And he's got bright orange fur and yellow eyes, and he looks up at you and he says, "Ah, yes, customers. How may I help you?"
As a quick note, I'm not there yet. Like,
It's
I'm
okay.
literally sending Lucas in first. Like, we're still waiting outside.
Okay,
Yeah.
so he says, "Customer, how may I help you?" And you're...
What a dusty place you have.
Merchant role playing.
Snipe's eyebrow twitches, and he
Notice
pulls
that
out
my
a...
character has like a really big puffy face, like something has stung it.
He raises an eyebrow and he says, through very tight lips, "My apologies, ma'am." And he takes out a rag and like half-heartedly dusts at some stuff.
That's better. Now, what does this establishment have? The selection looks poor at best.
His eyebrow twitches again, and to the point where you're not sure if it's a nervous tick or aggravation. And he says, "As you can see, ma'am, I am a ship equipment store. Is there anything that you could use for ships that you would need?"
Oh, do you have a trunk?
Here we go.
So his eyebrow twitches a bit as he closes his eyes and tries to smile and says, "Trunk, ma'am?"
Yes. I need storage for my trunk. You see, I'm... Stop giggling.
I'm sorry, I'll mute myself. I'm so sorry.
You're blowing the whole thing.
I've been looking for an expansion for my trunk. I just can't hold all of my junk.
Not understanding the play on words, Snipe says, with his eyes still closed and a forced smile, "Yes, of course, madam. Right this way." And he spreads his hand open wide and starts leading you back towards the back of the store.
Oh, good. Do you have any better colors? All of this is so drab.
"I'm sure I could paint something for you, madam."
At least that's something.
For the record, I've been laughing my ass off this
I can't
entire
take this
time.
anymore. I can't.
So he leads you to the back of the store where there is an old antique banded chest. It's made of wood and it has metal bands on it. It's almost something that your character wouldn't know this, or maybe you would, but something you would almost find in an 18th century home. And he says, "Would this suit your needs, ma'am?"
Maybe with a little bit less dust on it. Maybe.
Right.
And he's going
away,
to, like,
ma'am.
hold his hand to his face like he's going to faint.
His Snipe says through clenched teeth, Right away, ma'am. And he pulls out a rag and starts dusting it off.
By the way, is anybody else doing something
Yeah.
while this is going on?
I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting and listening at this point. You're probably gone without earshot, but I'm good. You're gonna set him up. I'm gonna knock him down, and our lizard friend is gonna do what he does.
So he's busy wiping down the chest, and he says, "While we're here, ma'am, perhaps you would be interested in, say, some high-capacity laser turrets or a ship engine. I am a ship parts store, after all."
Oh, an extension to my ship. Do you have another chest?
He looks at you and sighs and says, "Maybe. Right this way, ma'am."
I'm looking for a lot of storage.
For your junk, yes, I heard.
I have a business in that, and I need more storage.
And he starts leading you down the aisle, and he takes you to a giant metal cargo container. It's something like a metal crate that you would store liquids in. And he says, "This might suit your needs with ample space."
Oh, let's see. I'm gonna have to check the space, and he's going to try to start getting into the box.
He just stands there with his mouth open, and he's making these
Little shot.
"Madam, I don't think you're supposed to go inside
It's
it.
a little cramped in here.
I don't think it was designed for one of your stature, ma'am."
I don't think my junk would be very comfortable in here.
Oh, God. Right. Well, maybe something else then. And he starts walking towards another part of the store.
He's gonna spring out of the box. Gonna situate himself a little bit.
I'm going to die.
Oh my god. I don't have any more lungs.
He takes you, looks to the other parts of the store and looks at a couple of things, then shakes his head and he says, "I don't think I have something that would fit your needs, ma'am, but," and he puts his hands together and forces another smile, "perhaps I could order something for you?"
I guess that will do. Make sure it has at least less dust on it, please.
Of course, ma'am.
I'm slightly allergic.
So it would seem, he says through barely contained aggravation. "If that will be all, ma'am, I am closing soon, you see." By the way, it's nowhere near closing time for most stores on the station.
Gotcha.
Oh, I got here just when I thought it was midday.
Yes, well, I seem to have an infestation that I need to deal with.
Oh, no wonder why there's so much stuff. Let's get this order over with.
If you would please, this way, ma'am. And he takes you back to the register and pulls out a catalog on a little Palm computer and starts going through it.
See, my character's waving his hand on the desk, trying to brush off whatever is there.
Would anyone else like to do something at this time?
Yeah, I would think that while this was going on, that I was doing my thing.
Okay.
Yeah, do your thing, homie.
Roll me a prowl check, if you would, please.
Okay, let me do that. Let's see what we got here. Where is it?
Now the good news is that there might be positive.
Oh wow!
modifiers
Well, there is a lot of
as-
junk in the way.
Yeah. And
Yes. What is your prowl skill?
Very low. It's only 35.
Okay. Um, so as I would say, as Lucas was trying to fit himself in the liquid container,
Mhm.
you make your way in, and you try to move quietly, but you end up kicking something on the floor. And Snipe looks up and says, he can't see you where they are, I mean, but he says, "Oh, another customer. Be there in a minute."
Okay, I'm gonna get.
What was that?
I'm gonna get on the ground and I'm gonna kind of like do that military like stomach crawl.
All right. We'll go ahead and skip back to the counter register.
Come on.
I hate making people roll multiple times, but I'm gonna have to roll me one more prowl check.
Okay, dice gods, don't fail me now. Oh, I
Okay.
made it by 1 point. Yes.
Okay. And Lucas, can you roll me a skill check for your trust or your mental affinity? Basically, your ability to keep his attention.
Ability to keep his attention.
If you feel there's another skill that might.
Okay, let's see.
Just
Charm?
be more annoying.
Yeah, like charm or yeah, if you want to call
Yeah.
this charm.
It's charming for someone.
Okay.
It's charming
no,
for
I
that
think
one
that's,
girl.
I think that's about as good as I'm really gonna get. Nope.
All right. Okay, you slide around, and he hasn't forgotten about you. And you hear him saying, "If we could move this along, ma'am, there's another customer waiting."
At this point, Xavier is going to look over to Isaac and say, "I think that's our cue." And I'll wait for them to be distracted again, and we're gonna slide in.
All right. Talivek, you did succeed, so he knows that you're there, but he doesn't know where you are, and he's not focused on you at the moment, if that makes sense.
Right.
He's aware you're somewhere in the store, but he has yet to see you. Well, first let's get Isaac and Xavier in here. See if they are. You guys going to try and prowl in, or
I have an idea.
Okay.
I have an
what's-
idea for myself.
Oh,
I'm
for
sorry, go
yourself.
ahead.
Okay, that's okay.
Oh.
Isaac, I figured we can do one of two things. I'm thinking we can just hold his distraction. We can just hold his attention even more to get just some more time for Talivek, or we can try to sneak in and try to be that other customer. I don't have any prowl check, and Xavier isn't too much of a sneaky guy. He'd probably rather talk, but what would you rather do?
Well, I do have a prowl check, but I also would rather talk.
Okay.
I'd rather hold his attention so that Talivek is able to do whatever he's able to do.
Okay, then I say let's just walk in as customers then.
Yeah.
So, well, we're gonna just walk in, and I'm gonna have a notepad and a pencil in my hands, looking, but patiently waiting for Snipe to finish his current transaction.
he sees you guys walk in,
Mhm.
and his eyes get this sense of absolute relief as he completely ignores Lucas, walks right past her, and says, "Ah, customers, so good to see you."
Oh, good to see
And
you.
Lucas is gonna go up right behind him and go, "Oh, but he's closing soon."
Snipe looks behind him and looks back at you and says, "Not immediately." He smiles. "Is there something I can help you with?"
Yes, and Xavier's gonna say and by the way, he's going to be speaking in Trade 3, which is the Wolfen base language.
Okay.
And he'll say in Trade 3, "Ah, yes, my name is Philip Buckley. This is my associate, Isaiah Palmer. We're some traders, and we're looking to upgrade into fix a few things that have been damaged in our most recent cargo haul. When you're finished here, we'd like to discuss some figures and numbers with you.
Oh,
And I give a bit of a smile.
right. Well, very, very good. Yes, in just a moment when we're done. And he goes back to the counter.
Behind my back. Is it the way I look?
Snipe goes to the book, flips through some pages, says, right there's a trunk, have it in a day, good day, ma'am, and starts like leading you out by the arm.
Where's my receipt? I need it.
He growls, he literally growls, goes back to the counter, jams something on his computer pad, prints it out, hands it to you, and begin again leading you to the door. There's your receipt. Very good. In a few days. Very busy. Must go.
I'm gonna put down a scathing review.
Of course. And before you even leave the store, he wheels around, clasps his hands, puts on his best smile, and says, now, you were saying...
What a brute!
Yes. Well, first things first, I hope you don't mind if I just jot down a few figures here, if that's okay, as we discuss. I'd just like to keep things organized.
Of course.
Okay. Well, first things first, we have a J6 hauler. Do you or can you procure parts for something like that?
Oh, I have several parts that would fit your J6 hauler. Some from J6 haulers, they're from similar models that would fit well enough.
Fantastic. I'm more on the engineering front, and my friend Isaac is in charge of our weapon systems. I guess the first question I have for you is, our electromagnetic arm, the one on the left side of the driver's bay, of the piloting pilot's compartment, has been damaged. Some new kid hit it with a hover forklift. I'm just wondering, are you able to replace the magnetic arm?
You're in luck, sir. I got one in just the other day, if you would please. And he motions you to follow him.
Okay.
And he leads you through several rows of different types of equipment and engine cells and disruptor fields, and takes you to a pair of arms that fit the J6. And he says, these are slightly used, but at a very good price, if you would care to examine them.
I'd be happy to. At this point, Isaac, should it just be Xavier that goes with him, and do you want to hang back, or do you want to come with?
I will come with.
Okay. Hey, am I quiet to you guys, or can you hear me just fine?
No, I can hear you just fine.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You're
Okay.
good.
All right, great. I just wanted to
Inferno,
double check.
do you have any sort of skills that would help you perhaps determine or assess the quality of mechanical parts or ship parts or anything like that?
Not a single one. I have my pilot small spacecraft, so I know how to drive them, but I don't have any sort of mechanical stuff. I plan on bullshitting my way through this.
Okay, well, roll me a D100,
Okay.
and I'll just modify.
36.
Oh, not bad. Okay,
Yeah.
so the arms that he's shown you, you do look at them, and they seem to be in working condition, but you're no expert at this, but you do see things that you are a little bit more familiar with. The arms aren't damaged, but they do have scorch marks on them. Scorch marks that could be several things, but one of those several things could be laser weapons, could be a torch cutter, could be an accidental explosion, but there are scorch marks there.
Okay. Now, of course, these are used prices, and I definitely appreciate that, but I'm seeing there that guy has a little bit of a scorch on it. Do you know the story behind that?
Oh, sir, I assure you, I... And then he pauses, and he kind of catches his breath and says, shipping accident, space station, 3 systems down.
I see.
but they're quite workable.
And continuing to speak in Trade 3, he'll say, listen, there's a reason why I came to you in order to get some used parts. It's because, well, I'll be honest with you, and I'll look over to Isaac. Look over to Isaac and almost give like a nervous, concerned look. Our margins this quarter have been razor thin, and we're looking to, cut some corners, if you understand my meaning. So, there's no need to worry about. We don't really care where these things came from or what the circumstance was. We just want to make sure it's not going to bite us in the ass,
Yeah.
What do you mean, bite you in the ass?
Well, as long as you're discreet, right? If say, for example, and I'm not saying that's the case here whatsoever, but just for example, we were to purchase an arm like this and it saw some sort of combat, right? It might imply that it was taken by force, right? Now, who are we to know? And why do we even care, right? I don't care. I don't need to know. You don't need to tell me. But if it was taken by force, the same guys who took it in the first place, or that was taken from, might be able to identify it. So, how about this? How about I just say it this way, a little bit more cleaner. There's no reason we should be concerned for any of your goods, right? Everything is squeaky clean, right?
Roll me a convince check.
Oh, gladly. 70%, baby. 70%. Oh, fuck you, Dice. Fuck you,
He
Dice.
looks back and forth between you and the arms and says, I don't know what you're suggesting. Everyone here obviously knows that piracy is highly frowned upon, and
Of course.
no parts in this store would ever be taken from anyone by force. I assure you, my prices are low, but they are low because I am very good at acquiring things no longer needed.
You're absolutely right. I apologize. I'm talking too much. Tell you what, how about I'll mull over these. How much are you selling these for?
Oh, those arms. Quite a steal, actually. 6 million.
6 million. Does that include installation?
Well, I unfortunately don't install. You would have to talk to the dock workers for that, or a little brat, but she overcharges for everything.
No, I wouldn't want that.
I'm
Like I
sure.
said, our margins are razor thin. But why don't you speak with my associate here, Isaiah, and he'll go over the weapon systems that we're looking for.
I would be all too happy to, sir.
Great, wonderful.
All right, real quick, Talivik.
Yeah.
So you're going around and you're looking at things. You're scanning with what?
I have a one of those computers. Let me just pull it up real quick. It is a PDD. No, that's not it. Pocket distancer. I know I have one. Oh, full size portable computer, but it didn't really specify the actual size of it.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
a portable computer, we'll think like an iPad, at least.
Okay.
Or smaller, yeah.
Maybe I should have looked a little deeper into that. If I don't have it, that's fine. I'll just go by memory or something.
Wait, no. You said you had one, right? I don't...
No. I'm just saying it's like it's my fault that I didn't really specify in the first place. So if you want to like take it away from me, that's
No.
fine.
No.
Okay.
As long as it's your starting gear, it's fine. I was just trying to... No, I just need to know what its
Take it
functionality
away
is. So what exactly are you scanning with? What are you looking for? What would it pick up when you use these scans?
Well, I was hoping that I could get like a 3D image of the place, like almost down to the detail of where every window is, every door, every pathway.
Does this computer have a 3D imager? I know that there is software that... You know what? You're a thief. I think that would be realistic that you would have something like that on your computer. Okay, so your item can successfully get a layout, a 3D map, as it were, of the store. It would require slow sweeps, but you could do that easily enough. And Are you doing anything else? Are you taking a look at merchandise? Are you looking for anything in particular as you make a map, or are you concentrating on that? Or
Well, the scanning does the work does itself. All I have to do is hold it. But while I'm doing that, yeah, I am going to take a look around and see if there's anything worth getting. I have an appraisal skill. Is there anything
Okay.
here valuable that I could just pocket?
roll me your appraisal skill.
Okay, just a second here. My appraisal skill is 40%. So let's see. God damn it!
All right. You you see that there are mostly items that you guys in particular don't need. Items for different ships that you're not interested in purchasing and all that. But here's what you can tell. With your appraising skill, you know about the average galactic market prices, or even the prices at Frontier for items. These prices, if these were honest items, he wouldn't be making a profit.
They're not worth the time.
Well, it's more like he's selling them for such a low cost that it's clear that he's getting these through other means than buying them himself wholesale, because he's selling them basically at wholesale, which in and of itself isn't that alarming. You know, again, this is not exactly a law-enforced system.
Right.
But what you do see on several of them with your appraisal skill is a lot of them seem to be damaged. A lot of the weapons seem to have scorch marks or dents.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
All right.
Because I would think to myself that, yeah, even though he sells junk, it has to be functioning, somewhat nice, presentable things.
And you can tell that they all do work. They are all working in working condition. They're just not in fantastic working condition.
And this is just about for everything that I see.
Not everything, but enough of it that it catches your eye.
Okay, I will definitely make a mental note of that.
All right.
And just continue on.
Okay. So Snipe would go to Isaac and say, your partner told me you were looking for weapons, yes?
Yes.
Very good, sir. Could you be more specific? And his eyebrow twitches.
Let's start with the high laser cannons.
Of
If you
course,
have any?
sir. That would fit the J6? Yes, of course. And he leads you to the high laser cannons that would be of the appropriate type. Unfortunately, my selection is not as varied as it usually is. You caught me at a bad time, but there are several models that might interest you. Slightly used, of course. Do you have any sort of appraisal skills or mechanic skills or anything of the like?
I have recognized weapon quality general.
That's good enough for at least giving them a look-see. Roll me that. Yeah, just roll me that skill. General's general. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
split hairs with it. Yeah.
That is a fail by 33.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Yeah, they look secondhand.
Hmm.
Worn down, used. That's about all you can tell of them.
Scorch marks?
Yeah, a few of them do have scorch marks or dents here and there.
All right.
And he says, they aren't top quality, but they are top prices. He says, opening his hands.
Yeah, they are. Can I see your autocannons?
Of course, sir, I have a few. And he leads you over to the autocannons. He says, I'm a little short on ammunition, though. But the autocannons themselves work just fine. And there's two autocannons on a shelf. They both seem in fairly working condition, a bit rusty. But give me another appraisal check on those.
Okay. Same exact result.
Same. These ones actually don't have any scorch marks. Nothing really that you can see other than they're just Look like they're about 10 years old and a bit used.
I'll reach out and kind of touch the rust a bit, see if it kind of falls off.
Yeah, it seems recent. Maybe because things don't rust much in space, so it has to have been more recent.
So it's been rusting here.
That's a fair assumption. Or at least somewhere, wherever it was before here.
Okay.
Basically, it probably wasn't rusting while it was attached to a ship.
Yeah. All right. As for other weapon systems, I mean, I don't know. Missile barrels, I guess? Because I'm looking at the shopping list.
Sir, missile barrels are usually permanently installed into the ship. I wouldn't have such things for you. I do have a selection of missiles, though, of both medium and long range, if that would interest you.
Sure, let's take a look at the medium range.
Okay. He just has a wide selection of medium-range missiles. There's really no such thing as second-hand missiles. There's no market for them. No one would buy them.
I know.
They're missiles or they're not missiles.
But
Either they've
I'm still going
exploded or
to-
they haven't.
I'm
Go
still
ahead.
going to scan over them just like I did with the other things.
Please do.
This is a horrible failure. I need
And
three.
you see missiles.
I see missiles. All right, he's going to again note it mentally and then move along to the long range missiles.
I'm just gonna say that was a failure for the missiles.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
He's just buying time for Talon.
Right,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
with
that's
you.
literally all I'm doing. Is just
Got it.
buying time, and I can't think of anything else to look at.
That's
we'll
fine.
say you can talk shop a bit and keep him busy. I mean, obviously you're not just gonna look at him and say, "Oh, okay." I mean, I'm assuming you would inspect them and even at least make a
Ask
show of it.
questions,
So
haggle
yeah,
about prices.
at least 5-10 minutes of his time.
Yeah.
More than enough time, Talabek, for you to make a map.
Okay.
So what would you guys like to do at this point?
Well, Talavac, as long as are you happy? Or would you be making an exit?
I don't know if we're in earshot.
Oh no, we're not within earshot. I'm talking out of character.
Oh, out of
Yeah.
character. Oh, if it says 100%, well then I'm gonna start making my way out of there.
Okay, cool. All right, because I think all that we would do, I don't know if we want to speed the scene along or anything like that, but Xavier would probably try to haggle over prices, and then he wrote down everything on his notepad, and he'll be like, okay, well, we just have to shop around, because like I said, the margins are very, very thin, and we're really just looking for the best price. We'll definitely come back if you seem to have the best price here in Frontier.
He nods and he says, "I'm sure you'll find I have the best prices. My boys are very good at acquiring items. And be sure to check back in the future."
We most certainly will.
All right, Lucas, would you be doing anything during all this, or?
He is back in the bathroom, reapplying his original makeup and getting back in his original clothes. It takes a
Alrighty.
bit of time.
Okay.
Cool.
And
So I
scene.
and scene. And then we'll meet later up in at the Explorer, I reckon. Okay. So let's get this show on the road. What'd you find out, Talavac?
All right. First of all, I display the place out, and then I'm like, I found something pretty strange in there. I've noticed that a lot of things were kind of scorched and damaged. I mean, I don't know if this has any bearing on what we can do, but I just thought I'd bring it to your attention.
Yeah, it seems like it's a salvaging operation or something like that.
Yeah, salvaging or something like that, but he got really nervous and really defensive when I just said I didn't care where it came from, and he denied piracy immediately. I reckon he's dealing with pirates, and we know what Pa thinks about pirates, doesn't he? We just gotta find proof. We find that proof, we give it to Pa, and then he is shut down like that.
Yeah. Are we gonna find proof though?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Well, maybe if somebody were to sneak in his office and go through some records, I might be able to
Yeah,
find something.
that's true. Or talk with his boys. He says his boys are very good at acquiring things. Maybe we get one of them to tell us.
Either or.
I could probably track them down after they leave the shop. If
Okay.
we want to like stage a lookout
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
just follow them back to the ship and see where that goes, see what kind of ship it is,
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
Easiest thing is to take the record book, I think, if he even keeps it, right? It's probably on some sort of computer hard drive, but God, if he's worth his salt, he's not going to write down stolen goods got from this, right? You know what would be really great, though? If we could match one of the parts that he's selling to a machine that's been, to a ship that's been known to be attacked by pirates.
That is true.
That would be swell.
Seems like a stretch, but it definitely sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
How are we gonna do that?
Well, how
Well,
about...
then,
Go ahead.
oh, I was just saying that, well, we're going to have to start talking to some very unsavory people.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We most certainly will. I'm fine with that. All right. How about we do a multi approach to this, right? I'll talk with the unsavory types, his crew. All right? Isaac, maybe you can help me track him down.
Sure.
Talvac, you can either Talvac, you could sneak into his place, see if you can't find any sort of physical evidence. And Lucas, can you use a computer?
No.
No.
But I'm pretty good at sneaking. I could do that.
Xavier hesitates
You
for a
don't
moment.
believe me, do you?
Not one iota.
Alright.
Well, here's what I was thinking. One of us could also go through news reports, right? And the data, all the photographic data that Talvac took, and do some comparison. And maybe, just maybe, they'll come up with something. I'm willing to do that, but then someone else are going to have to talk to these goons. Isaac, Lucas, if you want to do it, maybe. And he looks more over at Isaac. I mean, Isaac, if you want to do that.
I guess what information am I trying to get out of them?
Do you know how to use a computer, Isaac?
No.
Okay.
I'm well skilled in computers.
I have a robot horse.
I can do the sneaky. He can do the computers. Come on.
Okay. All right, Lucas.
Me and
but
Coach.
Lucas, we'll all have to agree. If you get caught, we won't know. So it'll put us in a sticky situation. If you're willing to take that risk, I won't say no. You're your own man.
Don't worry. I've been in pretty sticky situations.
All right.
Xavier,
Yeah.
I could probably help you getting information out of these guys if we want to go in a
That's
sort
true.
of unsavory approach.
Good point. You are big and you are tough, so
I'm
it'll
also
definitely
slightly skilled at interrogation.
there you go. In case things get really rough. All right. So there's the idea. Talvac, maybe
Yes.
you run the computer system, see if we see anything that matches what you found. Lucas, you go in, sneak in, see if you can't find any evidence of his piracy. While Isaac and myself go talk with the crew.
I won't let you down.
All right.
Okay.
Because this obviously may or may not be important depending on who finds what. What order do you want to do this in, or do you want to all go separate ways and do this at the same time?
Well, we'd probably be doing it all at approximately-ish the same time. Not immediately by the hour, but I say we do it one at a time as far as this session goes.
I think I agree. I think we should go with one tactic. If that doesn't pay out, then we go with the next tactic.
Okay, I agree.
Yeah.
So how about we start with the most direct tactic and the one that might have the most consequences, which is Lucas sneaking, right? Because if he gets caught and we have to
Yeah.
bust him out, that changes everything, right?
Yep.
Whereas both Talavac and ours, what's the worst thing that's going to happen? A bar fight, right? So,
I mean, technically, I'm okay at sneaking as well if I need to. If you need me to take Lucas's spot.
no, I think Lucas should. He wants to be put in, so I say we put him
All
in.
right.
And besides, I think you'll work better as an intimidator, personally. You're 6'3", you're huge. It's great. You got like a ton of fucking guns on you. It's great. All right.
Yep. 4 that you
And-
can see.
And not only Lucas does have a very good quality, and that is distraction.
Yeah. All right, Lucas, go nuts.
All right. Couple
So,
of questions. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Lucas is going to go right. Does anybody have something that's like grungy, dusty metal color?
Grungy, dusty metal color.
Color? You're looking
Yeah.
for color.
How tall is your character, Bill?
He is. I haven't really decided on height, but I'm going to say that he is probably on a shorter end, maybe like 5'8", 5'9".
Oh, okay. Because my character's 5'7". I have some dress clothes that you could probably use, but they might be a little too small for you.
Well, if you're looking for grungy, dusty, I mean, would something like gunmetal black work for you? Because I could hand you one of my automatic pistols.
What do you need this color for?
Oh, you said I couldn't wear this.
Oh, that's true. Oh, so you need clothes.
Oh, let me just here. I'll take off my my duster and hand it to him. It's
true.
black.
As an aside, though, my guy has an amazing wardrobe. I have a wardrobe of casual dress and travel clothes worth approximately 4,000 credits.
Cool.
I have a lot
So
of
do
clothes
I.
and a lot of... You too? Okay, so...
Yup.
Yeah, go
I
nuts.
have a lot of clothes as well. They're all bright colors.
Of course they do. So,
Well,
you
that
definitely...
settles that.
Yeah, go ahead, Isaac. Yeah, so you
And
have
I'm
some-
gone.
Sure. I will lend you a pair of clothes that are mostly dark tones, navy blue or black.
All right. If you don't mind, he's going to change into those.
Well, it's gonna be a bit baggy. Just to let you know, because you are 5'9" and I'm 6'3".
3. I'm 6 foot.
6'3", holy crap.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
6 foot. Maybe my clothes might fit you a little bit better, but
I would have
if
to
you...
tie them off. But that,
You know what? It's actually funnier to imagine him with tied-off clothes, so I say we roll with it.
Yeah. Let's do
Besides, with all due respect, Xavier, he kind of likes his clothes, and I who knows what Lucas is going to do with them, so...
Yeah, be careful with those. I like those clothes.
All right. So, a few questions. Question number 1: when are you attempting to do this?
Oh, let's see. Well, I don't think I'm going to just walk into his shop.
No.
I'm not quite sure if closing time would be that...
How about early in the morning, just before he opens?
I was thinking like right before the sun. Well, what am I saying? This is a station. Yeah, like you said.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thinking
well, the
of-
station would still run on a day-night cycle, just the
Oh, okay.
standard
Artificial.
galactic. Yeah,
Okay.
standard galactic cycle.
All right. Well, let's just say at least a couple of hours before opening then.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably going to get locked up if that's the case.
Most certainly, yes.
I think I can handle that.
Yeah, he can get you in the door.
All right. Then that will be the plan.
Okay. On the Frontier Station, you would know that most of the shops, when they close by Basically, all they do is they don't really have a door per se, but the entryway is covered by a barrier. Most of them are shiny blue, and they're not harmful or anything. They basically just repel anyone trying to get through it, like a mega damage barrier is what it is. And it just blocks the entryway to the store. There is a keypad that operates it next to it. At the time that you guys are approaching the store, it is very silent. There's no one there. Every once in a while, there's a patrol of paused guards that pass, but other than that, it's very, very quiet.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna wait until I get a quiet area and try to find the right time. Go to the keypad and give it a look over and see what I can do.
Okay. What skill do you have that would allow you to, like, what are you going to be using?
Well, hold on a second. I have, let's see, electronics basic. I have computer operation, computer hacking, computer programming. That's as far as I got for that.
There's actually a skill to hack electronic locks. You're going to have to get creative then.
Okay. Okay, here's another one. Damn. It's the only thing that's all there is here is a keypad, right? That's it.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Can I open it?
The keypad?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. I think it would take probably a screwdriver, but you'd probably have that among yourselves. You probably have something similar to a screwdriver.
Oh yeah, I have like my utility belt with all my.
Oh yeah. Then you could certainly open it.
Okay. Do you need a check for that or anything?
No. I think it's going to be safe to say you can open the casing fairly well. What would you like to do once you open it?
Okay. With my computer knowledge, is there a way that I could? What I'm trying to do is, damn it, like what your boy did in War Games. Matthew Broderick did. He kind of like manipulated and kind of bypass some things and then open the door. I kind of want to do that, but I'm trying to figure out what skill to use.
Okay. What were your skills again?
Computer operation, programming, hacking, and operation.
Inferno.
Yo,
You're more familiar with the Rift's universe than I am.
sure.
Would any of those skills entail the physical construction or manipulation of the computer itself, or is that more programming?
That's more electrical engineering, honestly, or like keypad locksmith.
Right.
Those were those particular things. I could see how hacking might work, but that'd be more using like interfacing it with a computer and then using it to hack the lock, because I'm sure that lock has a miniature CPU in it, right?
Duh! I didn't even think of that.
Thank you. So yeah, that's how I do it. But physically manipulating would require more of an engineering skill.
Okay.
Right. I'm going to say that you're a bit lucky in that it seems Snipe doesn't seem to invest too much in his security systems.
Who's gonna steal a bunch of junk? It's not like you can haul a laser out the front door.
In the sense that his data pad actually has a jack that you can jack a computer into. Now, this is an older model. They used to be there so that you could reprogram the keys. You would jack your little personal computer into it, type in the passcode, and then reprogram the keys. That model was discontinued for the very reason that people could plug in personal computers and hack through them. He either didn't get the memo or hasn't seen fit to invest in a better system.
Okay. All right, so this works out in my favor. Okay, well, I'm going to attempt that. I'm going to plug in, and I'm going to see if I can't run down some codes.
All right, use your computer hacking skill, please.
Okay, computer hacking. Okay. Drum roll, please. Brrrr.
Brum.
Oh no. Oh,
What's your computer hacking skill?
I failed it by like 33.
Okay, so you
Oh,
start
level
typing
1.
some codes and trying to see if you can figure out the keypad or the code that opens it.
Mhm.
And you type in one that you think might be right. And when you enter it, you start hearing.
Uh-huh. It's time to go.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're just going to walk casually away and to the street corner and turn the corner and just keep walking.
Roll me. Piff, actually, you do this. Roll me a D100.
Okay.
And okay. Okay. You guys walk around the corner. You hear someone approaching, but you're around the corner before they come into view.
Okay, and just stand there and just kind of like just act normal.
Okay, I should point out there is no one around. The idea that two people would be standing there acting normal at this time of night is, in and of itself, you would know as a thief, a suspicious activity.
Okay, so what's happening now?
You don't know. There's
Oh.
people around the corner that are going towards the store, but you haven't seen them because they haven't seen you.
Okay, we're gonna go the opposite direction of them, still walking casually, and
Okay.
just cutting corners and stuff like that, and just getting out of there. I gotta rethink this.
All right, you managed to get out of there.
Okay. Okay. So now it comes up with a plan B. I'm thinking of that. If you want to go to someone else right now or
Okay.
something.
Sure,
Should we do
try
the
one of
Lucas
the
and
other.
Isaac plan? Oh.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, you can hear me, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
there we go. So, Burn, are you there? Burn,
I was
did you-
muted. My bad.
It's okay.
So,
So,
what's going on?
well, I think we're going to slip to our end, and I'm thinking that why don't we go to these guys as wanting to be, a part of their crew? You know what I mean? Like, just say, I don't care what you have to do. I've had to do some shit in my day. I'm a tough guy, Come on, they'll probably challenge us or whatever, right? But if we can get them to fess up to being pirates, right, by wanting to be hired on by them, it might be useful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, first things first.
Yeah.
Before we put the cart before the horse, who are these guys?
That's the big question.
Snipes lackeys. If I
Right. All you know is that he once mentioned his boys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Isaac mentioned that we might be able to track them. So if we stake out his place during the day a few times, you know what I mean? Or here's a better idea. Isaac could stake out the store. I could stake out the cargo areas, right? Because, listen, he's got to get new inventory somehow, right? We
Yep.
just keep track of who's bringing in his inventory. Those are probably his boys.
Basically.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can just go ahead and say you do that because the station is busy enough, and you guys you may be level ones, but you're not newbies to your professions.
No,
so
not at all.
you would know how to at least run a stick. I'm not going to make that a big skill check or anything. How long would you guys like to observe for?
What do you think, Burn? Couple days?
Yeah.
Just to be sure?
2 or 3 days.
Yeah, I'll say
Okay.
3 then.
All right. So we'll say 3 days. You guys observe him over the course of 3 days. So first we'll go with Isaac, what you see, since you're staking out the storefront. You notice that the morning after the failed attempt, Snipe talks to the guards and files out some sort of report and gets the keypad replaced with a newer version.
Yeah, nice.
And after that, it's pretty much business as usual. For the first day, nothing really happens. He, when business closes, he locks up the store. You do see that he doesn't go home, so apparently he stays inside the store. Perhaps he lives there. That's not uncommon for merchants. And on the second day, he opens up and does business as usual and closes as usual. You see a few people go in and out. No one that really catches your eye more than any of the other riffraff on the station. On the third day, there is something interesting that you notice. He also did not leave the store again the second night. He closed up shop and basically didn't come out. The next day, when he opens up shop, you notice that he opens up shop, and then in the early morning hours, when it's not so busy, he starts organizing some things in the store, and you see him moving around new merchandise. Couple of new engines that you didn't see before, maybe a new turret that he puts into a proper place. Yeah. It was not there when you went to go examine them.
Huh.
Now,
Okay.
on the other end, Xavier, you stake the cargo areas that would be most likely used by these storefronts.
Oh, I would know this area quite well as a smuggler. The cargo bay. Yep.
You never see Snipe ever come near the cargo bay. You never see anything suspicious left at a cargo bay or picked up. The common things you're used to seeing. At this cargo, at these ones near this area, you don't see anything of consequence.
But I don't see anything being delivered to his place?
Not to his place, no. I
Not
mean, there
to his
are
store.
deliveries every day, but there's nothing
there's
delivered
deliveries
to his
every day.
Correct.
Okay.
Nothing delivered to his store. No one from his store, especially himself, picking up anything.
Okay. So when I confer with Isaac, I'll be like, I don't think he got any new inventory these past 3 days. I guess we'll have to stake out for even longer.
Actually, he did.
What?
I don't know how, but he did.
I kept my eyes at the cargo bay like a hawk. I would know. Like what? Was it small stuff?
Engines.
Jesus, you can't just move an engine like that. Fuck. Hey,
Yeah, and I
Squee,
didn't see anything.
is there teleporter technology?
Gosh, I don't know, but even if there is, it would be incredibly rare.
Yeah, okay, great. So a 2-bit shop in friggin' Frontier Station isn't
Would
probably
not
gonna
afford
have
a
it.
teleporter.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So, okay, he's getting his stuff through another way. Maybe there's another cargo. Oh, maybe there's another cargo hold. Not
Maybe
everyone
there's
brings
another
it.
cargo hold.
Or
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
We already know that he stole something from Spunk.
Yeah, we suspect it. Yeah.
Maybe I should stake out her place too. For a couple of days.
Yeah. Hey, out of curiosity, Squee, the layout of his place, is the back of his shop, is it flush or pretty flush with the exterior of the space station?
You would know that there is no shop is completely flush with the exterior because that would be dangerous in case of hold breaches.
Extremely, yes.
So there are crawl spaces and things like that.
Yeah.
You could get more information if you wanted to. You do have someone who made a 3D map.
I do. Okay. Yeah, let's confer.
You might want to take a look at that.
Yeah, let's all get together and reassess. How does that sound?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll meet up. All for a stealth drive. It's totally going to be worth it, guys. And 10 million credits. Oh, it's going to be great. Okay. So, he's getting stuff in. He is getting stuff in without taking the traditional cargo means. What could that mean? What do you think? Either it's being magicked in, right? Or... Yeah, I know. Either it's being magicked in, or he's having another route. There's another route that's being shipped through. Okay?
I've done this before.
Oh?
Yes. if he has a stage, there's usually a secret compartment that folds out. You can drop down into.
Well, take a look at these maps that Talavac made. Do you think look through this, see if you can't find any place if you were to hide a secret compartment. I'll look too, of course.
I have concealment.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, actually,
I have
I'm going to
detect concealment.
Yeah. Okay. Here's what I'm going to have you guys do. I'm going to have you guys do a small skills challenge.
Sweet.
Each of you choose a skill that you would use to study the schematics, the 3D map of the place.
Okay. Done.
Um,
Easy. I got detect concealment. That's perfect.
I think the only thing that I have that could maybe work is find contraband.
That would still work well enough because if you know how to find contraband, you know how to find where it's stored, which would be secret compartments, etc., etc. I mean, for what you're looking for. Okay. Also,
Oh.
Talavac, yes,
I have camouflage as a skill.
you do. That would work.
Okay.
And Lucas.
Escape artist.
Nice. All right, guys, roll your
Nice.
skills and let me know if you succeed or fail.
Oh God, the dice hate me today.
You should've seen
They've actually been unfair
failure.
to most of you guys.
Yeah, failure.
This is
We
mine.
Okay.
I failed by 33.
Most of you don't notice anything that suspiciously looks like a secret passage or a compartment or anything like that. What you notice, Lucas, is something that you would know from your. Okay, I'm trying to think of how your skill actually would tie into this as an escape artist.
Think of a magic act and think of how that would actually work in a magic
Got
act.
it. Okay, got it. Since if you were in a magic act, you did a magic act day in and day out. And if you had a secret hatch, you would use that hatch day in and day out. And eventually the edges of that hatch would get worn smooth as it opens and closes over and over. You notice the 3D imager is actually detailed enough that you notice that one of the shelves towards the back of the store has a smooth bottom against the floor. Very reminiscent of trapdoors you used to travel through.
It's gonna go there, point directly at the screen with his fingers smudging it.
Xavier will lean over and squint a little bit. If you-
Enlarge the image.
Oh, that makes it a lot easier. Yeah, it's smooth. Shit. Oh, that sneaky motherfucker.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what I think? Lucas, I think you need to get back in character as Mrs. Fussy Dust. And Talavac, why don't you sneak in again and find out what that compartment's all about?
You got it.
Okay.
What about us, Xavier?
I'm not too sure. I'm thinking if he's worth his salt, something might go wrong and then we can rush in if necessary, but I don't know. I don't want
What
to
if
hang
there are
back.
people waiting in the crawl space?
Yeah, good point.
Should I go with Talavac?
In order for that to happen, Lucas, you'd have to make one heck of a distraction. Oh, in fact, I might help you out with that. Maybe we'll have ourselves a bit of a tussle, a bit of a fight, a bit of an argument.
The bigger the distraction, the easier it'll be for me to get back there.
Okay. All right. So how about we do that? Talavac, Isaac, you investigate that compartment. Lucas will start his distraction, and if Snipe is starting to get exasperated, I'll come in and we'll up the distraction up a notch.
Sounds good.
Perfect. All right. Sounds like we got a plan.
All right. So, how would you like to make a distraction?
Mrs. Fussy Dust?
What is What is the plan other than Mrs. Fussy Dust?
I say we send Mrs. Fussy Dust in, and if he's not gonna have any of it, then I'm gonna come in as Philip, and I'm gonna side with poor Snipe, lambasting you, arguing with you, bothering this poor guy, and I'm gonna pick a fight with you.
I just thought about something.
Mm-hmm.
If you start a fight, there's a chance that he could call the authorities.
He really doesn't like Mrs. Fusty Dust. Do you think he'll really mind? Especially if I start, and I'll put in air quotes, start winning?
Oh, I should probably lose. Okay, I can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just thought I'd bring that up.
Yeah.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Sure. Squee,
Mm-hmm.
I just want to remind you of a psionic ability that I have just in case it does come up in the future. I have a thing called Sixth Sense. Now, what
Okay.
it does is it's basically a spidey sense. I know of imminent danger right before it's about to happen.
Within 30 seconds of it happening.
Got it. Okay, that's really good to know.
Yeah, Mila has had it all the time in riffs, and I always have to warn her before something. It has to just be sudden, and it must be life-threatening. Like, it can't just be unpleasant. It's got to kill the person.
Got it. And it doesn't
Also
work on
can't-
Venom.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
On Venom? Oh,
Nerd.
oh,
On
okay. I see
Venom.
what you did there.
Yeah.
I also cannot be ambushed from behind because of
Oh,
it.
nice.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's it. I'm good.
Okay, Miss Fussy Dust, you go in.
Oh.
All right.
Crap.
What time?
One more thing.
Uh-huh.
I am also immune to neural maces.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It's part of the psionic, the Psi Slinger package.
Gotta erase all those dog boys I had planned.
Army of freaking stun maces. I have just around the corner. Will do nothing.
Yep,
It's
anywho.
like, all right, boys, pack up, go home.
They won.
All right. What time of day are you going? Busy, early morning, late evening?
You know,
I'm kind of thinking busy this time.
but people might see the compartment. Well, but he'd have more distractions.
Yeah,
But
you-
no,
you
I
guys
say-
are going to be doing a little fight there, so people might be watching the fight.
Yeah, but more people might call the cops. If it's just us and a few people, and the main guy doesn't care if Miss Fussy Dust gets punched in the face, it's better on our get-go. I mean,
Yeah,
we
that
can
is true.
we can distract otherwise, right? But I kind of want Snipe to be on my side. You know what I mean? If I stick up for him, right?
He'll
If
be
I-
into it.
He'll be into it, exactly. So I'm thinking either early morning. We'll just try to find a lull, right?
Yeah.
A lull in business.
Well, what time we were there the last time? What time was it then?
That was right around midday.
Yeah, so we'll do the same.
I think we should just try it again.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And it would make sense
Um,
why me and Miss Fussy Dust would be there at the same time, because that's our shopping schedule.
And so so it's around midday. There's a lull in shopping. It's basically like right after lunch.
Yeah.
You know, everyone gets a surge at lunchtime, and then everyone goes back to work. So there's kind of a few hours where there's not much going on.
Yep.
Who's going to the shop first? Are you guys going in together? I mean, not together, but you know what I mean. At the same time, or
I say we throw in Lucas first, and I'll show up there a few minutes later on. And any time between Lucas showing up, Isaac and Talavac can slide in.
okay. All right. So Lucas, you arrive at the shop. Are you in a similar disguise?
Yes, I was actually going to ask, do I have to reroll for the disguise if it's going to be the same disguise?
I would say yes, but you'll have a hefty bonus.
Okay.
Go ahead and add or subtract. I forget which one's the better one. 20%.
Subtract is making it easier,
Yeah, so
because
subtract
lower
20.
is better.
I succeed by a butt ton.
Okay, then. You
I'm holding-
look even more Miss Fussy Dust than you did last time.
I'm holding a sack that I'm holding like a purse.
Got it. Okay. As you approach the store, as you go in the front door, you hear Snipe, obviously speaking to someone at the front counter. And as you approach, you see Snipe, and with their back to you, you see someone with light brown hair and pigtails in mechanic overalls. And you hear sniffling, and you hear Snipe saying, "It's really best. You're not making any profit anyway. Sell it to me, and it will be worth your while."
Speaking of selling, did you get my pot yet? And slams my hand on the desk.
Miss Fuzzy Duck.
Okay. Both Spunk and Snipe jump when you do that. And you can see Spunk's been crying. Snipe just stares at you wide-eyed. And he stammers and he goes, Oh, ma'am. I'm afraid.
I have my receipt. And slams that down the counter.
Oh, how long the damage? How long the damage? Oh my god.
He stammers, looks at the receipt, and says, yes, there's been a complication." He clasps his hands together. It's going to, it's going to be a few more days.
Oh, I should have been at that other store. It was a bit more dusty, but at least they had things.
Okay. Spunk sniffles a bit and looks at you and says, What kind of things are you looking for?"
I'm looking for a trunk for my ship. And this man, with his pointy chests, will not allow me to have what I need.
I'm gonna die.
Spunk turns towards Snipe and says, "How could I ever sell my shop to someone who doesn't even have trunks?"
Tell him.
You guys gotta sneak in.
Yeah, I think
Let's try sneaking in.
as God tries to recover.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm bleeding out my lungs. Oh. Okay. Concentrate.
Okay, God,
Uh-huh.
please let me roll well. Okay.
Both of you add 30% to your prowl check.
Sweet.
Oh my god. I even knew Piph was coming.
Yep. You can't prepare for that
Didn't
shit.
matter.
Oh.
You guys did great.
Oh my god. And I assume the 23 is also a success with the...
With or without the bonus.
You guys slide into the store, past his field of view, and he completely without notice as he stares wide-eyed back and forth between a now angry Spunk and an already furious Miss Fussy Dust.
I don't regret giving her that name.
You're a brilliant name giver, Inferno.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You guys can make your way towards the back of the store, and you can make your way to the cabinet. So you are there at the cabinet undetected.
Okay. Start looking around and then just start feeling around where the little crevice was.
Okay. You have what kind of skills do you have? You have like detect, concealment, or something like that, right?
concealment. I could technically roll that, but it would be at a minus, correct?
Yeah, but it wouldn't. Yes, but I'm not going to give you much of a minus because you know exactly what you're looking for.
Okay.
You just need to figure out how to open it. So do a concealment at a minus plus 10%. So make it 10% harder.
Okay, so that would. Oh God, I'd have to roll in the single digits just about. Let's see.
Ooh,
Yeah. Yeah.
level 1. Um,
Oh
okay.
no. Oh no way.
Um, Isaac, do you have anything that might?
The only thing is maybe find contraband.
Yeah,
Maybe.
that's not a maybe. That's find contraband is all about finding secret.
Okay,
So
I got it.
okay.
Oh wow.
You examine the shelf and you find there's dust everywhere, as previous customers have pointed out. However, excuse me, there seems to be a great deal of more dust around a certain, looks like a little tiny generator, like an electric generator. And this dust around it seems like it piles up around the front. And when you mess with it, you see it's because it actually can tilt forward as almost like a lever. So every time you tilt it forward, the dust kind of falls off in front of it.
All right.
Do you wish to use it?
No. No.
Yes. Yes,
No.
I do.
No. I stopped you. I was like, no. This could make noise. This will draw his attention. We need to make sure that he is out of hearing and sight range before we do this.
Okay.
All right, so back to the front.
At this point, my guy would probably come in with his notepad, but he'd be hanging back, seeing them interact with Miss Fussy Dust.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for.
Okay. Then you know what? We'll just throw ourselves into it, right? I'll wait for an opportune time, and then you'll hear Xavier bellow. My goodness, not again. What is the matter with you? You strange, pathetic screwball of a woman or something.
Oh
Talk to her like that.
Yes, Spunk turns around and starts tearing up again.
No,
Especially
not
when she
you,
sees it's you.
this thing. And he points over, and he kind of gives almost a quick knowing look to Spunk, but I don't know if she'll pick it up.
She does. Yeah.
And but no, I'm pointing and I'm jabbing my finger over at Lucas. And then I'll shout. You know, I know people like you. You just crave attention, don't you? Huh? Well, I'll give you some goddamn attention. Can't you finish pestering this guy? It's clear he doesn't have what you have. You must be getting off on this. And then he gives you a push.
Good heavens!
Cut the act.
And he's going to slap you with his bag purse.
Perfect.
Take that, you
Perfect.
fruit!
I'm gonna try to grab that purse, and I'm gonna try to hit you back with it.
Oh my gosh.
Well, we're gonna tussle. I think we're gonna actually just flat out start fighting at this point.
Okay. Is it safe to say that you guys are kind of like bumping into things, or?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, let's commit.
I'm not going to make you roll for this. So you start bumping into all of the things in this crowded shop and knocking them over. They start clattering to the ground. You hear Snipe going, "Madam, sir, please, my merchandise."
I think this thing's a crazy. You can't have a crazy in your shop, I'll yell, before trying to put it into a chokehold.
Okay,
Calling me fat!
there is an excessive amount of noise being made. Isaac pulls the lever. Isaac, if you would please roll me a D100.
Okay. 47.
Okay. It actually slides backwards, almost soundless.
Oh well, it's worth it.
I'll put it this way. I'll let you guys know. Even if you'd failed that roll, you were making enough noise.
Yeah.
Probably
All right.
wouldn't have mattered much.
Let me in and close it again so I can check this place out without the door being open. So yeah, I'm gonna go in, you pull the lever back and close me in.
All right.
Yeah,
Huh?
we don't want to leave this open, but we got to see what's inside.
Okay.
I thought
Okay.
I was supposed to back you up though.
You are backing me up. You're there by the lever, and I'll.
What if somebody ambushes you inside?
Well, he's worried that he can't let himself out.
Okay, well, that's another thing too. We don't know what's in here for one. If you want to take the chance, we can both go in, and we can do that if you want.
Well, actually, since you've opened it, if you crawl down in the crawl space, I can let you know this. You'll see a button type lever on the bottom. It's not concealed in any way because it's not.
Right.
You're already past the hidden point. So
I figured that much. That's why I wanted to go in, and we could probably just close it from the inside.
yes, you can. You can close it and open it again from the inside.
Oh,
Okay.
there you go.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I tell you, I found the button. Come on in. We'll close it up, and then we can scope this place out.
Yeah,
All right.
that sounds good.
All right. Okay.
You guys enter what is a walkway. It's really the underworkings of the station. Because the station is like a big cylinder or almost sphere, you do know that the shops are basically along the sides of it. And what you've basically crawled into is a crawl space that's behind every shop. It's still fairly big. It's about an 8-foot drop. It's about an 8-foot drop, and once you drop down into it, I'm sorry, you don't drop. You go down a ramp, and you see at the bottom there are wedges, levers, and pulleys that it's easy to distinguish that they're meant for pulling things up the ramp.
Ah.
And the catwalk that you're on is made out of simple like scrap metal, like pieces of metal that are laid down in this crawl space to form a path. And it starts traveling, away. And you lose it over the curvature of the station, but you can tell it goes on for quite some ways.
Okay. I think we should go and see where this path leads.
Yeah. I am going to put on my multi-optic band so I can see in the dark.
All right.
In the dork.
In the dork.
You find that as you go through, the multi-optics band night vision is not necessary. There's plenty of red maintenance lights. Mechanics have to get down here very often to repair the hull or other aspects of it. So they keep it dimly lighted, but enough that you can see where you're going. There's a few lights that go out here and there where your optics are somewhat more useful, but you follow it actually for a good 20 minutes, and you surmise that you've walked about halfway around the station at this point. At which point you come to another very similar button and ramp.
Do you see any heat signatures?
Really? That's all.
Through the
That's it.
rock? Or through the
That's
metal?
Do you see any heat signatures at all?
Do I?
It does. Okay.
Not immediately near you. You see small heat signatures, maybe 100 feet away, that look like people from a distance up above you.
Okay, I was trying to look for power sources. Okay, the button. I just look at Isaac. I'm like, well, we came this far. What do you think?
Let's give it a try.
Okay, here goes nothing. Push the button.
All right. You push the button, the door slides open, and you find yourself, you pop your heads out in a cargo bay. About a quarter, maybe halfway around the station. It's a normal cargo bay, but it's nowhere near the store.
How far have we actually gone from the store?
Like about halfway around the building. Like, so let me do it this way.
Okay.
Let's say the store is here.
Okay.
You've walked to about here.
Good God. Okay.
Wow. No
Yeah.
wonder we weren't able to see shit.
Mhm.
Okay. And this is still a public.
It is.
Cargo bay,
It's
right?
it's a commercial cargo bay. But I mean,
Okay.
really, all of them are commercial cargo bays except for
What's
Paw's
in there?
personal. All kinds of crates and containers. However, there's nothing in the immediate area around where you are. It seems pretty clear, but it does look like there's been cargo crates around this area recently. There's, the dust has been disturbed, that kind of thing.
Okay. What I want to do is I want to get up and try and make my way behind a cargo crate, and
Okay.
motion for Talavac to join me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, let's go back to the shop
Okay.
real quick. How's the fight going, fellas?
Well, I
At
need
this-
to know this
mhm.
particular answer before we move forward. Is it possible for me to reinvigorate my facial features with the spell again? Because it really only lasts for 4 minutes.
Right. Well, you. Okay. Despite
Here's-
we're kind of going back in time here a little bit. We're backing up to where they just went through the trapdoor and are starting
Okay,
to
so
walk.
I'm still in the time.
Exactly. You're still within time. You guys have not been fighting for 20 minutes.
And here's the thing: if I start seeing you or your face change a little bit while we're fighting, then I'll just start throwing you out. You know what I mean? Like I'll roll with it. But I think we'll tussle for just another minute or so, which is pretty long as far as tussles go. And I like it for end if Lucas is gonna go around with me kind of kicking, like throwing you out of the shop and kicking you in the rear end and yelling at you to not come back, you freak.
You're going to, when you kick, you're going to hit something very hard.
You're gonna have a hard butt.
I'm going to have a very hard button.
Okay. Ah, shit. God damn it. And I'll just remember that. And then I'll turn around and dust myself off a little bit. And I'll give a lopsided smile over to Snipe and say, I'm sorry. I just, I saw you were being so kind and so patient to her. And she wasn't getting the drift. Norm, I'm sorry. I have a bit of a temper and I don't like it when people waste time. I mean, I'm a business person, you're a business person, so, tell you what, this probably isn't a good time. I'll come back later when I'm a little bit more collected and we can get down to business. Me and my partner, we've decided that, well, we're gonna give you a shot.
Snipe looks at the mess that has been made and looks up to you and smiles and says, yes, that's delightful news. And he looks again at the mess. Another time, perhaps.
Yes, I'm very sorry about this mess. She seemed softer than she actually was, but I guess not only was she a hard case for you, but she was a real hard ass for me.
It's fine, sir. It's fine. Business makes all better. Money is the ultimate balm. Another time, perhaps. And then he looks at Spunk and says, we'll finish our discussion later.
Okay. And I'll wait outside, and I'll wait for Spunk to leave, too.
All right.
And I'll have a just quick chat. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, she leaves with you.
Okay. Oh, and once we're outside from prying ears, he'll say, don't worry, don't be surprised. We're still working on it. We have a pretty good lead. Just hold on for a few more days, and he'll be out of business.
She looks at you, and then, where's Fussy Dust?
She is in the bathroom changing
Okay.
back at the moment.
She looks at you, and then her eyes widen, and she goes, oh, it was fake.
Yeah, but you gotta keep that quiet, because if he even hints that something's going on, then the whole plan's gonna be busted. So you just go back to your shop and keep doing what you do best, which is...
She closes her mouth, nods, and does the little key twist thing,
Good.
and spins on her heel and starts marching away.
Awesome. All right. I'll stake out the place, but very, very casually, just waiting for the other two to emerge, however long that might take. But that's it for me. Let's throw back to them.
All right. You guys you have no trouble exiting the trapdoor and closing again and getting behind the crates. The cargo bay is not that busy at this time of day. Usually they get morning shipments and they get evening shipments, so you're kind of in a lull right now. So there's not much to note in the cargo bay. It's an average-sized cargo bay with, several various cargo containers marked for different stores. None of the stores are anywhere near Snipes. In fact, it makes sense. This cargo bay furnishes stores near it.
Yeah. What are the stores it furnishes?
Several various, a few taverns, one odds and ends pawn shop, which is more for SDC gear, weapons, things like that, and a grocery store and sundry item shop.
Any unmarked boxes?
No.
They're
No
all-
un-
So none of the shops over here would get anything even close to a drive. To an engine.
No.
Okay. That's a red flag to me. I think we should try and make our way out of here. I'm going to take off my multi-optic band and tell Talavac we should try and meet up with the rest of the guys.
Okay.
I know it doesn't seem like we made progress, but we made progress.
I was hoping for more of a better smoking laser pistol here, but I guess we'll just have to do. All right, we'll meet up.
All right. You guys want to go ahead and end this session here, and maybe you can discuss where you want to go from here for next session?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Works for me.
Awesome.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. Well,
Great first
it has-
session, guys.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I've been having a blast with this. I can't wait for next session. So
God damn it, Piph! You and your fucking
God, you're
character.
so funny. So fucking funny. So
Oh,
fucking
man.
funny.
my lungs are gonna be hurting for all week now.
Oh man.